Good morning, everyone. We're going to call a meeting of the Board of Supervisors to order. Today is Thursday, April 4th, 2019. It's just 8:30 a.m. We're in the Community Center at the Sierra Room at 851 East William Street in our very own Carson City. Could we have a roll call, please, Aubrey? Thank you.
Sorry, Supervisor Giomi.
I'm here.
Supervisor Bonkowski.
Also here.
Supervisor Bagwell.
I guess I'm here too.
Supervisor Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Kroll.
Mostly here.
Yeah.
Okay. Nick Emery from the New Hope Crossing. Nick, get us started off for the day, please.
Let's pray.
Push the button on that one. There you go.
Let's pray. Lord, thank you for today, and thank you for the opportunities we have before us this day. May we be faithful to represent truth and the right things at the right time. God, I pray that you would give this leadership team wisdom and understanding as they hear and consider various things. Lord, thank you for the things we get to celebrate this day at this time as well. We ask that we would be a blessing to those around us and that you would continue to keep our community safe. It's in your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Nick. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll now move on to item number 5. This is a time for public comment. The public is invited to comment on and discuss any topic that is relevant to or within the authority of this body. Anybody? Any public comment? I don't see any. Okay, well, we'll take public comment usually throughout the day here. This afternoon might be a little different when we have a contested appeal, but generally we'll have lots of public comment time. Okay. To item 6, everybody had a chance to read the minutes of March 7th, 2019? Go ahead.
I move to approve the minutes of the Carson City Board of Supervisors for March 7th, 2019 as presented.
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the motion. All in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, carried. All right. Did it happen?
None of us have any of the...
That's right.
Well, the mayor does.
Really?
Well, we know what you did to us. I was going to say, it dumped us out. We'll rejoin. Let's see what happens.
Okay, rejoin.
We'll try.
It's not moving forward on the
Nope.
blues.
Oh, now it is.
She's got it, but I don't.
I had to rejoin.
Yeah, but I'm not getting the blue.
I'll take care of recording votes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll get it fixed, John, and we'll see if everybody else here. I don't know who's back there, but we'll get it taken care of.
Yeah, I'm not even joining the meeting. Like I'm still on.
Go out and come back in.
Well, maybe I am too, but I think I'm.
It's all right. I'm
No.
electronically challenged.
Nope, I'm on the right one.
I'm in the right one. Okay. All right. Bear with us on the electronics, folks. We're still, still getting used to this new age. And the electronics. So we'll get there. All right. Let's talk about the agenda. Any changes to the agenda, City Manager?
No changes.
Board members want any changes to the agenda? Okay. Just going to do it like this. Unless there's an objection, we'll take the agenda as published. Let's go on to the consent agenda. Any member of the public want anything pulled from the consent agenda for particular discussion? Any member of the board? I don't see any. Okay, a motion's in order to approve the consent agenda. Supervisor Bonkowski. Who's doing it? Supervisor, you could go. Supervisor Bagwell. Sorry.
I move to approve the consent agenda consisting of item 8A, 9A, and 10A.
Okay. There's a motion. There's a second by Supervisor Bonkowski on the motion. I guess I don't have to say that because it's already here. Okay, on the motion, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried. Okay, thank you. All right. Let's take up item 12. This is a discussion and possible action on Assembly Bill 406 relating to the Airport Authority. I think we have the airport manager here. Good morning, Ken. Did you fly in this morning or take a car?
Well, it felt like I was flying.
Yeah.
Down Washoe Valley. It was beautiful.
Good for you. How you doing this morning?
I'm great. And yourself?
All right. Very good.
Morning, everybody.
So we held this one over until you actually got it to bill language. You wanted run us through what your bill language says, or just talk to us about it?
Yeah, I'll give you the high points. Legal counsel Takis is at the legislature this morning. It should be right about now as well, discussing the Assembly Bill 406, which was a result of the BDR that was approved by the Board of Supervisors. And were roughly 5 things that the Airport Authority wanted to accomplish. The bill was originally written in 1989, and so the times have changed a little bit, and so some of the other things we had an opportunity to review and want to get caught up on. One was how the Board of Supervisors and the Airport Authority members were appointed. They were only allowed originally for 1 term, then you had to be off for a term before you could have another. A lot of airport projects extend beyond the term of some of the members, so therefore to get some continuity for that process, they wanted to write into the legislation to allow for successive terms. The other one was to title the NRS chapters and the sections of the law the authority must comply with, and those were general and speaking in the past. And then as it exists today, the Board of Supervisors does appoint a member, of which Mr. Barrett is the current member of the Airport Authority Board, and then that's just in the normal course of the Board of Supervisors operations. The other item that was in there was regarding the lease approvals. Currently, the Airport Authority Board approves it, then we bring it back to the Board of Supervisors for an approval, and then we can proceed. We thought that was a duplication of effort, and our experience with the Board of Supervisors in the past is I don't believe on record, there's one that the Airport Authority approved that the Board of Supervisors didn't subsequently approve, so that was added back into the legislation to allow us to approve it on a single stage. The other issue regarded that we still come back to the Board of Supervisors for the acquisition and disposal of real property and how that impacts anything within the city limits. We'll continue to develop and put out for bid and approve all lease contracts, but without the duplication of effort. Another issue in there they deleted, there was an extenuous listing of employment agreements, which is the Airport Authority only has 2 employees, myself and the operations manager or specialist, and so thought it was inefficient to have all that stuff in there since 1989. But now we all comply with the state employment and federal employment laws, so that language was cleaned up. And I think there was one other item. It was about the staggered terms, but I think that's already been dealt with. Mr. Bonkowski?
Yeah, I don't know that it's been dealt with. My conversation about that was that, although I think there's a conflict in the language, that the feeling of legal counsel is that there are other provisions in here that allow the city to make their appointment, and that what we're talking about is Section 5,
Right.
Number 3, where it says 3 persons to terms that expire on October 1, 1993, and on October 1 every 4 years thereafter. That is added language. But we're not going to have 3 people whose terms always expire on that year because of the member from the board.
Right.
But what I'm being told by legal counsel is that we either can't or don't need to make that change. But to me, I mean, it's a conflict because we're not going to comply with this because of that 3rd person.
And I think he addressed that to you in an email, and I didn't have an opinion on that, and just from my own observation, the way that the board terms seem to be set up now, that you won't have that issue. But I think it could be dealt with administratively.
Well, it changes depending on whether the appointed supervisors from Ward 2 and 4 or 1 and 3. Then it's going to change the determination date of that position. So that's my only concern, is that it's not really consistent, the language throughout. But I'm also not an attorney, so I'm not going to argue with the attorneys if they say it's okay.
Yeah, I saw that email exchange, and I thought you and he agreed that let that play out, if I understand that correctly.
Other questions, Ken? Mr. Moulton? Dan, are we okay? Take a vote on this? I mean, I think that's what they're asking for. I mean, it's been heard this morning a little.
There was one item that Member Bagwell brought up that I think is being identified in the discussion today was that there was the term lease, being the airport authority being allowed to lease land was stricken from the draft. And then we went back through the proposed amendment AB 406 is being addressed today, and they added that line back in there. So thank you for catching that.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Are you looking for us to weigh in?
No, I think it's more just an
Information?
item of, give everybody an update of where it's at currently and how it'll come out through the legislature right now. That's the thing when you open it up, that we're not sure what we'll get on the other end. So hopefully it'll go our way, that there's no real issues of debate on that.
John, then Lori, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to weigh in and say that my primary concern on this is that Mr. Moore used the word continuity. The problem is there's no institutional memory, particularly after you've had a change in management, which we recently did. And Ken, by the way, is doing a great job. But there's some need for successive terms because of institutional memory. Thanks.
Lori.
I was just going to make a motion to support it if you wanted one.
Sure.
I think we kind of spearheaded this in the first place, so I think we should
Motion's in
support
order.
it. Okay. I move to support AB 406.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Second. There's a second. All in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay. All right. Looks like that passed. Okay. Thank you. By the way, Ken, before you leave, let me just say, I know that you're looking down the road at things, and I think it's time to maybe start the discussion a little bit, because I know, the airport, the city owns the ground out there at the airport, and there's some, analysis being done as to whether the city's the right entity to hold that, or if it's the airport authority. Just that's the wrong word. For the rest of the board members, that, that's something I think we're going to be addressing over time, but it's good for you for thinking down the road. I don't know how it'll come out on that, but.
Well, I appreciate that. As you know, the cooperative agreement expires next May, and so we've just initiated the basic dialogue for updating the agreement and how we want to proceed forward with that. The timing works really well with the airport master plan, and then we're also in the strategic planning process, and we have a workshop actually on Monday. So I think a lot of these issues will come up for discussion, and we'll be back here sharing that information with the board, as also working with staff.
Okay. All right. Anything else, board? Thank you, Ken.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Let's take up item 13. This is discussion of possible action regarding approval of contract number 1819-179 regarding the Carson River Trail System, Phase 2 design, engineering, and construction. The contract would go to Loomis and Associates for a total amount not to exceed $404,900. This is grant with a little bit of matching funds, right? All right, who's going to do this? Carol, give us the top line and then.
This is just again for possible action regarding approval of award of contract 1819-179 Carson River Trail Systems Phase 2 Design, Engineering, and Construction Management to Loomis and Associates, Inc. For the total not to exceed amount of $404,900. This is budgeted.
And the match amount, who's going to talk about that?
The match amount on the Southern Nevada Public Land Management Act grant is $50,000 from the Quality of Life Open Space account.
All right. Got the top line. Now, who's going next, you or Rob?
Dan's going next.
All right, Ms. Bollinger, tell us why we need to do this and why it's a good or bad deal.
It's a fantastic deal. After the design, we hope to then spend the remainder grant funds for a total amount of almost $1.9 million on 3 trail segments in the area of Prison Hill, Silver Saddle Ranch, and the Old Buzzies Ranch. It was a grant that was submitted in 2016. It took time for all the official paperwork to be signed and working with the federal government and designing the RFQ for the design, and we're ready to move forward.
Rob, did you want to add anything? I've got a question here from Supervisor
Sure,
Pankowski?
Rob Fellows. I'm the project manager, so I'll be keeping tabs on Loomis, making sure they're going to be on schedule, and it's a tight schedule. They're going to design and then put things out December, wintertime, and then construction next year. So that's what we're hoping for, and get things moving.
Supervisor Pankowski, then Supervisor Jomey.
Right, just for the public, this 405,000 basically is just on the engineering side. That doesn't involve any of the construction. My question, there are portions of the River Park trails that still need repair. Is that in the works, or can that be incorporated into this grant as well, since these are connector trails to that system?
Unfortunately, cannot be included in this grant. When we submitted the grant, we identified the scope of work in the area, and so we are limited to the areas as submitted.
So are there other funds available? So where are we at on fixing the River Park trails?
We're actually still with FEMA. There's an old historic bridge that we had to get a work schedule and some input from historic folks, and then give that information back to FEMA, because they allocated initially about $1,200 to fix the bridge, and as it turns out, it's going to be about $22,000. And so we've asked for an amendment to the budget, and that was the hang up to get that moving to the state for the repair of that segment. That's the Empire Ranch segment by the golf course, and that's holding that whole thing up. So it is moving, but very, very slowly, and we want to try to wrap that up this year.
Right, because right now people are still using the trail, but they're actually on the golf course property for the first half mile or so. Yeah,
that's correct.
Stacy.
There's some of us here who would be considered historic folks, just as a side note. Present company included. This grant is from 2016, you said. So, what was the budget estimate for this part of the project, and did we hit that number?
Yes, we did, but what we did not estimate in the beginning, which threw us off, was the potential wetland delineation. Mm-hmm. So if we take out task 12 and 13, we're right on budget.
Okay. So the wetlands changed that cost?
Potential wetlands.
Yeah.
We are going out there to take a look at, are there wetlands?
And this is Buzzy's Ranch.
Correct. So it is a wet area. It's near the river.
Right.
So we want to, it required by law, we will need to do, if we are going through near wetlands, we will need to do a wetlands delineation. Yeah. So that is not what we calculated the first time.
And so then how does that leave you in the overall budget? I mean, we know that costs since 2016, and that's probably the engineer's estimate from 2015 even, and we're 4 years beyond that. So do you think we're going to be able to come in and complete what you want to complete with the money that's left?
The Southern Nevada Public Land Management Act, I think, is a great source of funding for us, because the way the grant is written, you identify primary deliverables and secondary deliverables. So we did say our primary deliverables is the trail on Prison Hill and the safe crossing on the Mexican Ditch to Silver Saddle. Our secondary deliverable, if environmental factors allow us to construct a trail on Buzzy's Ranch, that will be completed in consideration of everything else. If we don't have enough funding, we can go back and ask for more.
Okay. Thank you.
Lori. Okay. John, you okay? Public comment, anybody? Anyone want to weigh in on this one? Okay. We ready for a motion?
Yeah.
Motion's in order.
I move to approve the award of contract number 1819-179. Okay.
There's a motion and a second on the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Okay. Done. All right. Pretty. All right. Let's take up item 13, Bravo. This is discussion and possible action regarding determination of the determination that MNW Construction LLC is the lowest responsive and responsible bidder pursuant to Chapter 338 of the Nevada Revised Statutes and contract number 1819-198, Long Ranch Park Ramp and Path Improvements for a total amount not to exceed $205,701.10. Okay. Want to tell us what's going on here? Who's doing it? Driver, take your top line?
Yep, you always speak it very well, so it's fine by me.
I guess the question then to both of you is just if this is budgeted or not.
Yeah, it's budgeted.
All right. Ms. Budge, you want to tell us what this is all about?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Supervisors, Jennifer Budge, Parks and Recreation Director. This is going to be the first phase of many. We have significant needs at Long Ranch Park in the trail pass system. It's over 20 years old, it's deteriorating, and it needs some assistance. So with the help of the Community Development Block Grant, we're able to replace some of the handicap ramps, which is great, and some of the transitions to those ramps so we can make sure that people safely get in and out of the park, out of the trail system. And then the repair work is focused really around the park area, which is the heavy use area, but we will have additional needs in the future. But we're happy to at least be starting to plug away. We've applied for numerous grants to try to get funding for repair work at this park, and this is the first one we've been successful with, so we're excited to at least make some repairs and safety improvements there.
Okay. Supervisor Bonkowski.
Yeah, I assume Lori's going to have some questions on the way the money flows through this, but I just want to check to make sure that the equal employment opportunity certification, is that being fixed?
Yes, we've already received the updated
Okay.
sheet. So.
Thank you. So the question was that in this packet, there's a contractor and a subcontractor's equal employment opportunity certification, and they weren't filled out correctly. So just want to make sure we got that done correctly.
You want to go, Supervisor Bagwell?
Good morning. I just wanted to kind of walk through for the public to understand. This one has multiple funding sources. And so just to give us a rundown of the actual CDBG money, what's being spent, what's left, because we had done an allocation of CDBG that we were concerned, or not concerned, it was a good thing, that we might get extra money. So can you walk us through the CDBG funding? Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer Budge, again for the record. So we had three funding sources. One is the Community Development Block Grant. And the board also directed that if additional funds become available from that funding source, that it should go toward this, and then Ron Woods, an $8,000 allocation for Ron Woods, which did happen, which was wonderful. So we had an original grant request for $134,900, and then there was additionally $76,327 to make $211,227 available from the Community Development Block Grant. And in a previous budget year, we identified about $70,000 from the capital improvement program to start to try to use that money to leverage what we could with grant funding to get repairs on the ground, specifically at Long Ranch, knowing that it had significant needs. We did previously fund a design from Loomis and Associates, and we've identified, over $500,000 of needs out at Long Ranch alone. So this was a phased approach in trying to make things happen. With how the bids came in, which was wonderful and a great surprise, which is rare, and I think a lot of it just has to do with timing, because we got the bids out before they made their summer and spring schedules. If we would go out to bid with this in another month, we wouldn't see these prices. So it's a good problem, that I call it, that we got such great prices, and that's why we're proposing and able to consider awarding all the alternatives. And the other funding source I failed to neglect was quality of life, and we have a line item specifically for trail maintenance. So a portion of that goes toward this. We will leave some CDBG grant funding on the table, which I never like to do, but the CDBG grant funding can only go toward the ADA improvements, and some of the alternatives are not ADA improvements. We have already put them on notice. We contacted CDBG immediately when we got the bid award, or the bids in, and said, we're going to have some excess funding. How can we get this money on the ground? Because we don't want to go out to bid again and then possibly get higher bids. We don't want to take that chance. So we've talked to them. We're going to move forward with this project. Then we can possibly go out with those remaining funds, which some of that remaining $40,000 will need to go towards city administrative costs. And I don't have a hard number for you on that. I know Mariana and finance are working through those for not just the Parks Department, but the city administrative costs that go with managing the CDBG program and the expenses with that. And then the remaining, we could probably get some quotes and get at least some additional ramps on the ground, because this project will fund 16 ramps, but we have many others that will need to be replaced as well.
In the same park.
Correct.
Right. Okay. So we have.
In the spirit of exactly what the grant application said.
Thank you.
Stacy.
Jennifer, thank you. But this is my favorite park. I spend a lot of time in this park, a lot of time. I'm there almost daily. And I often get asked about the possibility of adding even a Santa Hut type bathroom. And I got specifically asked by more people than I care to mention to at least just bring that up, along the lines of what's going on at the park at Silver Oak, for instance, where you have an enclosure with this is a well-used park, and these trails are well-used. And I get that it's kind of a neighborhood park, and but a lot of people that use it don't live in the neighborhood, and they commute there. And so I just wanted to put that on the table, as I told somebody I'd bring it up. And I don't know how difficult that is to do, but I wanted to at least throw it up there.
Before you answer, I've been getting the same issues. So,
typically we don't have restrooms at neighborhood park facilities. One, because we don't have the budget. They're very expensive even just to pay for the monthly service fees. They get vandalized, they get tipped over. There's additional costs that go with it that people don't realize. But we can definitely look at that and the need. This is a larger park. People that go to this park don't just live in that neighborhood. People drive across town to go to this park. Once Vintage goes in and we have a trail system that goes through, that's going to even get bigger. So we have a lot of connectivity for that. So we can look at that and see and work with the public and see what would be best.
All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Supervisor Barrett. Good move.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. State law requires that if I have a conflict or a potential conflict that I must discuss it. My wife works for the state and administers the CDBG program. I don't think there is a conflict here, but I also, like Supervisor Jeremy, spend a lot of time at that park. So out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to abstain on this one, although I'm not sure that I have a actual conflict. But I have an interest in the park, and I, of course, have an interest in the dog that goes there with me, and my wife works for CDBG. So that's my story.
Okay. All right. Any other board questions? Public comment on this issue? Anybody want to weigh in? I don't see any. Let's take a motion, see if we can do that.
I move to determine that MNW Construction LLC is the lowest responsive and responsible bidder pursuant to NRS Chapter 338 and to award contract number 1819-198 Long Ranch Park Ramp and Path Improvement Project to MNW Construction LLC for a total not to exceed amount of $205,701 and a dime.
Second for that dime.
Second to the dime. Don't let anybody think we're not watching pennies.
That's right.
All right, on the motion, discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Abstentions?
Aye. Abstention.
Did you punch your abstention button?
I don't have a button.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Did you get that? All right. All right. Passed 4 and 1 abstention. All right. Let's take up item 14, Health and Human Services. Nikki, Ms. Aker, you're going to take this up? Who's back there with you? Your grandkids? Who is it?
Yeah,
all right.
Not up at all.
For the record, Nikki Aker, Director of Carson City Health and Human Services, and this item is to ask for permission to apply for the Funds for a Healthy Nevada grant. It's through the State Division of Public and Behavioral Health, and I just wanted to clarify some language in here under the staff summary. Services to be provided, and thank you, Mayor. We do not promote tobacco use, we promote tobacco cessation.
I must have read that wrong. 'Cause to me, it said, I wonder what Health and Human Services are doing. Saying we're going to promote, then you got to promote
Quitting comes later.
Quitting comes later. All right, we got it.
Give us something to do, I guess, right?
Right, get them hooked and then, yeah.
So this is money that comes from the Master Settlement Agreement. It's a 2-year grant. We usually apply and receive around $75,000. It's going to be a little bit more this year because the 3 health authorities take turns in overseeing some of the oversight of the Nevada Tobacco Prevention Coalition, and so it's our turn this coming year. And this grant partially funds the Tobacco Prevention and Control Coordinator, Tony Orr. She's a public health nurse. And then some of the recent activities of this grant has been working with apartments and condos in the development or recognition of smoke-free policies. And we worked with Western Nevada College to become smoke-free. You may have seen some of the advertisements in the Nevada Appeal, a full-page advertisement of success stories that were submitted to the CDC, and also some anti-vaping messages that are before the movies. So you'll see the little ad before the movies at the Fandango, Galaxy Theater, and Ironwood. So, anybody has any questions?
Okay. I'm sure you've been reading some of the national news that say that vaping can cause seizures.
Yes.
I don't know how far they've done on the study on that, but it's something we got to keep an eye on.
Yeah, what they're, I actually was watching it this morning. They're putting it out to the public and asking the public to report any seizures and vaping so that they can do a study on it. And I'll talk a little bit more about that a little bit later. So.
All right. Other questions of the board? Public comment, want to weigh in? Anybody? We ready for a motion? Motion's in order. Supervisor Bagwell.
I move to authorize Carson City Health and Human Services to submit the grant application as proposed.
Second.
There's a motion and a second on the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried. Thank you. All right. Let's take up item 15, Alpha. You guys didn't have enough paper to give out, huh? You could have printed out the dictionary too, so I'd know what all the words meant.
It's part of our fire prevention effort. We're thinning the force in an effort to put out plans.
All right. Very good. Okay, who's doing this?
For the record, Tom Raw, Deputy Emergency Manager.
Morning, Tom.
Morning. Chief Slyman's with me. This is to review a revision of the Emergency Operations Plan to comply with our state law. We have to review the plan every 5 years. We're not at the 5-year mark yet, but we do have new senior elected officials and appointed officials within the city, and it requires a revision and review.
You want to take us through
what we did?
I don't know what you're going to do next. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So what we did was we basically went through the emergency operations plan, tailored it a little bit more to Carson City's needs. Didn't really change a lot of the content, just more the wording, and updated the list of office succession in all of the departments and that sort of thing.
You want to? Okay, let's see where we go. Are there any particular ones that you want to talk about that we should know about or talk?
In front of you, we had a quick meeting with Supervisor Giomi and Bronkowski earlier the week, and they pointed out a few questions. So you have in front of you the red line changes that we made during that meeting. And we've actually done those.
All right. Well, we've got to be careful how we, so we'll get it done here.
Okay.
Let's see where we go in terms of questions. And I just want to make sure the record's clear about what we're doing here today, and that's all. Okay. Chief, you want to say?
Sure, if I can add a few things. So this is an update from an original contract. The general plan, or the emergency operation plan, was contracted out to an outside agency in 2014. As we were updating it, we really, the intent of it is to be a basic plan to cover all emergencies or threats to the area of Carson City and our surrounding communities, and identify whose roles and responsibilities and what their functions are for clarity purposes. As we went through this plan, we tried to get it a little bit more specific. It was a good plan. However, often when you go to outside contractors, it becomes a template, so to speak, and a very basic and general plan. So that's part of the updates that we're addressing here, but it helps identify the scope of you as the mayor and the board, identifies the scope and responsibilities for city management and senior staff during emergencies or situations that could cause harm to the community.
Okay. The other chief up here.
Thanks, Mayor.
Supervisor Chief.
I had a chance to meet with Chief Slayman and Chief Raw, and as they suggested, and the red line versions are that they presented us here, in my mind, non-substantive, but they sort of clarify, I think, and provide a little better direction to people who don't normally read the report. And they also gave us a commitment that they're going to start the training process. That's one of the reasons why they wanted to have it, approved here. So they'd start with a presentation at a recent or in the near future board meeting to cover the plan with us, because it's only as good as to the level that they train to. So I'm comfortable with the changes that they made after the suggestions that we provided to them, and I think it's a good document.
And the red line version is out for public view too? Okay, just want to make sure. All right. Other questions? Public comment? Everybody read this big long document, right? All right.
One word change.
Yeah, we talked about a dime before. Who had that dime? Was that Supervisor Bunkowski?
Right down to the commas.
Right down to the commas, man. I'll tell you, makes a difference. Okay, we're going to take a motion then. Supervisor.
Yeah, I got it.
Joe, you want to do it?
I move to approve the global revisions to the emergency operations plan, including the changes submitted today as late material in the red line version.
There's a motion and a second on the motion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried. Thanks, both you guys, Chief. Both chiefs there. All three chiefs. We've got more chiefs than Indians, or chiefs than whatever.
Doctor.
Careful. I didn't say that.
Mayor, the IT is they need to restart the system.
I'm glad they didn't hear that last comment.
Yeah,
But I'm pretty sure they did.
Well, for anybody who might have been offended, I didn't mean to offend anybody.
They're asking for a short break.
All right, we'll take a break for 10 minutes. Okay. We have to redo that motion?
No, I don't believe so.
All right.
So we got
We'll
ourselves
take-
working, now they're gonna boot us out. John, we're gonna do good.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break, see if it works. Thanks.
Put you on. They get you anyway.
going on in this room. The video recording won't happen, or it's not happening right now, and it's also not being pushed out to the public on this. So I want to apologize, but I also want to say it's one of these things where you don't know if this is going to get fixed or not. And when I went back there to look, it's got that little, when you're trying to upload something and your computer says it doesn't like it, so it just keeps spinning around. They're looking at that. So if it's okay with everybody, rather than delay a meeting any longer, we're just going to go on, and we'll make sure, and for everybody, the audio recording, is sacrosanct. The DA says we can go forward. All right, so let's now take up the next matter on the Quad County let's see, what do you call it again?
Multi-agency.
Multi-agency coordination guide. Okay. Makes sense to you guys?
Yes.
I don't know who can hear it, but it'll be in the record.
For the record, Tom Rod, Deputy Emergency Manager, here with Fire Chief Sean Slayman. This is for discussion and possible action regarding the approval of the Quad County Multi-Agency Coordination Guide. This guide reflects the collaboration between Carson, Douglas, Lyon, Story counties in and how we work together and with each other. We share resources with the counties when we need them, and we give resources when they need them. And this document kind of outlines how we do it.
Okay. Anybody on the board, questions? These are good things to do. They help.
Yes, they do.
So you don't make these decisions when you're in the middle of a disaster.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Public comment, anybody here in the room? I don't see any. Board members, are we ready for Supervisor Bagwell?
I move to approve the Quad County Multi-Agency Coordination Guide as submitted.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. On the motion, all in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried. Okay. Let's take up the Public Works matters. This is item 16 alpha. The maintenance agreement on Center Drive. This is an interesting issue. I didn't know we did all that stuff. So, Lucia, you want to take us through kind of the history, where we are in this, and what you want to do?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Lucia Maloney, Transportation Manager. So I did have a map pulled up, and if we can get this rebooted, I'll show you. But the action today is talking about a portion of Center Drive. And if you think about Center Drive, where Topsy comes across from 395, just north of Topsy, the county line is such that it goes from Carson up north down to Douglas County, and then south of Rabe, it goes back, or is it Rob? Excuse me, Rabe. I've heard both ways. South of Rabe, it goes back into Carson. So in 1971, Resolution 1971 R5, it formalized Carson City at Carson City's cost to maintain that portion of the roadway. At the time, it was the only means of access and egress for those Carson City residents down south at the bottom of Center Drive. Since then, significant development has occurred. It's no longer the only means of access and egress for those residents. They can go out and get out up Bigelow to the east. Additionally, we have more road work, more road maintenance in Carson City that we could possibly ever do with our current funding levels. So it's no longer in the financial interest of the city to continue to maintain this portion of roadway. Carson City staff at both the Public Works staff level as well as the Deputy District Attorney's level did reach out to Douglas County. We heard no opposition to this action today. In terms of fiscal impact, I did put a few account numbers in the fiscal section of the staff report, and that really just scratches the surface, right? There's various folks in various different roles that attend to roads when they need help, both on the pavement, the asphalt side, also the stormwater side. And so, I don't have a specific dollar of a net positive fiscal impact that would occur through this action. However, I can say, every hour of staff time spent maintaining Douglas County's road is an hour that they're not spending on some other Carson City road. So with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have or go into this a little bit more.
Supervisor Gilman, sorry.
Lucia, I just, I agree that they should be taking care of their, oh, you got it up? You want to, let me suspend my question and let you go with pictures. Go ahead, Ollie.
Excuse me. So apologies for the technical issues. So if you zoom out, this is a map. And the yellow line represents the county boundary. So the big vertical line down the middle is South Carson, 395. If you zoom in, you see Topsy Lane, which turns into Racetrack Road, which is the new Schultz development. And this aerial, it's obviously old. But what you can see here, Center Drive north of Topsy is Douglas County. Kind of winds around to that Topsy Racetrack intersection, also in Douglas County. And then through this section, this vertical section, just until it kind of jogs back east, south of Rab, is also in Douglas County.
Rabe.
Excuse me. I'm not going to get it right, Mr. Mayor. My apologies.
We don't get your name right either.
Touche. And so one other talking point just to note is that staff have worked to secure, there's a water line that goes underneath the roadway just north of Racetrack. So we have secured a utility easement, all the necessary utility easements for this. So happy to answer any questions.
So that was going to be one of my questions. My recollection was that there was water there. My other recollection was that with this agreement and this, that there were access issues in the past, and that I guess I want to make sure that Douglas County can't come up and say, we're going to go ahead and close this road, because I would be concerned about that. And in my mind, doing the maintenance on this road versus allowing them to have the ability to close it from a public safety standpoint is worth the trade-off. So I want to be assured that they just can't close the road.
That was something we discussed internally as well. There are houses that have been built on the west side of Center Drive and the Douglas County portion up against the hill if you've driven down there.
Yeah.
We have no reason to believe that they would consider that. They haven't said anything to that effect. Those houses over there on the west side, they're right cut into the hill. I don't know if you've been over there, but every year, every storm, there's a lot of silt that comes down. It clogs the drainage, and frankly, it's a lot of work for our guys. So I was sort of expecting that Douglas County may make a comment, but they haven't said anything in opposition to this action.
I'd be more comfortable if we could enter into an agreement with them to make sure that road, except for, maintenance, stays open. I mean, do we know that it's, and this gets into public law that I don't understand the basis for, but if I understand that there's a public access and there's always been a public access, there may be a right and they can't actually close it, but that's my concern. So if you're all telling me that that's not a concern for you, then I'm willing to accept that. But if it's tickling the back of your mind that it's a possibility, then I would be concerned about that.
Brad.
Lucia, when you say that that you reached out to Douglas County and they didn't say anything, what exactly does that mean? Did anybody actually have a verbal conversation, or was it an email or a letter notification? I just want to make sure that we've actually spoken to somebody.
That's a good question. I did speak with John Erb down there. He sits on our Campo board, probably 8 months to a year ago, and let him know we were thinking about this. He sort of, it didn't shock him. My impression was that it didn't shock him, that it was something that Carson was looking at. And then later we submitted a written email notice to both the John and the district attorney's office down there. They did reply. They were asking some questions about the condition of the roadway. Are we saddling them with a failed road? Staff, we've maintained it as part of our pavement management system. This section of the road has a pavement condition index, a PCI of 62, which is exactly the same as the average PCI, both in that performance district for local roads, which is 62, as well as local roads citywide, which is 62. So we replied back with some statistics We did do a slurry seal about 4 years ago on that portion of the roadway. And we do hot mix pothole repair down here by Rabe, where the water collects. You can see it in the aerial. Here, the water collects right here. Every year, I'm told we do pothole repair. It's just a bad area. And so we do spend money here on this portion every single year. But to answer your question, Supervisor, I did speak with John, and he, he's a nice guy. He didn't yell or scream or argue or anything like that. That's all I can say about that.
Well, I hope when they find out that somebody starts complaining about the water pooling up down there, that they're going to get the calls.
And, getting the calls is something, Carson City, we try to be good neighbors, and we have maintained it. We have taken the calls. It's a long straightaway. We do get a lot of phone calls about speeding. I know the sheriff's office has gotten a lot of phone calls about speeding. And this is something that's been kind of a tricky situation. I think it will continue to be, and we'll, of course, continue to be good neighbors and help out. But we've started directing those calls. I did to John probably 6 or 8 months ago, and he's been okay with it. It helps him understand the issues as well.
Right. Supervisor Barrett, and then Supervisor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to agree with Supervisor Jomey. My concern is regarding continuing access. Is there a way that we can research whether they can close that road even if they want to? There's no question that they do want to at this juncture, but as you've indicated, Lucia, there's going to be fallout, and then they might change their minds. And if they can, I think we need to find out before we take action.
My name is Todd Reese. I'm a deputy district attorney, for the record. I have not had that conversation with the Douglas County DA's office. I reached out to them, and I simply didn't receive a response at all. And I would have to do some research into whether they could physically close the road, whether it's a historical public road, or what their options would be, and whether it would be whether we should enter into a agreement with them on that score. So I'm happy to do more research on that issue and be a little bit more aggressive and get a hold of one of their DAs and talk to them in person, and then we could come back and talk to you about that.
Appreciate that. I don't want to sound like a bad neighbor, but I care less about what they might think now than what they might think 5 years from now. So I want to find out what our situation is if we turn it over to them before we turn it over to them, because if we turn it over to them and then we get into a big spat about access, we're on the east side, they're on the west side,
Right.
And we still need access.
Yeah, but
There is other.
We have access.
Stacy, then Lloyd.
Yeah, there is other access. I mean, there's other access to some of those, but there are some homes, as you zoom in there, that can, in Carson City, that can only access their homes from Center Drive in Douglas County. So those homes, if you pull down a little bit, please, Lucia, those homes, like right in there, those right there, they can only get to their homes from Center Drive. It's the only way they can get to their homes. So if Center Drive in Douglas County is closed, they can't get to their homes.
Yeah,
that's issue one. Issue two that I have is that silt, and I've responded to floods in that area, that silt comes across Center Drive and has in the past ended up in those homes in Carson City. So, do we feel like we're comfortable? And that's one of the spots right there where you see that silt. And in fact, if you turn to the other way, I'll tell you if that's the house that I've been to that had about 3 or 4 inches of mud. That is the house. 3 or 4 inches of mud up against their house 6 or 7 years ago. So how would you guys envision that working out if we had a microburst thunderstorm that pushed dirt into those houses from Douglas County side? How would we handle that?
I talked to our operations manager about that this morning, in case you asked, and we would treat any emergency situation, any flooding, fire, and anything like that like we would anything else. Our response is to go out and help before we even worry about an agreement. And, you know, those being Carson City residents, even more so, there would absolutely be no delay.
Okay.
Lori, jump in.
Well, so first and foremost, Douglas County has residents that are actually on the other side, so the opportunity to close the road, I can't imagine them cutting off their own residents. They're earning the property tax off of those houses and not maintaining the road. There's nothing that would prevent us from doing this action and then entering into an interlocal with them for us to continue to maintain it, but they pay for it, right? I mean, we've done some other splits in other areas. If they don't want to do it, they could give us intergovernmental and say, I'll pay Public Works $20,000 to fill the potholes or whatever.
Darren Schultz, Public Works Director, for the record. I just wanted to be completely transparent, and they did approach me in just sidebars, other meetings that I've been at, and Douglas County is not in favor of what we're doing. They're not going to put anything in writing, but they're not happy about this, right? This is something we've been doing for them for free, and now we're telling them we're not going to do it anymore. So I think everybody knows that, but I do want to say that just in discussions with people at my level down in Douglas County, they're not crazy about us doing this, but they understand why we're doing it. To go back to your question about, okay, now this has been done, Carson City's closest, could we enter into agreement? Yes, that's always possible. But Commissioner, I don't, or board member, I don't think that's their plan. They obviously have that right, but I think they're going to try and maintain it with their existing staff. The idea is that there are now, Douglas County is in this area now more than they ever have been in the past with the improvements that are being done. So they should have equipment, maintenance, personnel in this area to maintain this road. That's why we're bringing this forward now. That's why decades ago we went into this agreement, is because it was nowhere near anything Douglas County maintained. So out of the goodness of Carson City's heart said, hey, we're out there anyway. We have streets to the east. We'll take care of it for you. We feel like that model has now changed. We need to give it back to them. So that's where this is coming from.
Stacy, do you feel comfortable that they can't close the road?
They're not going to close the road.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I don't know how else to ring the bell. I mean, I guess I would I understand being silent, but that doesn't help people make decisions. And I can understand, if I've been getting it free all these years, why you upset the apple cart. But on the other hand, there's significant development out there. And we got to get this resolved. One way to start that process is what we're doing here today. That's my 2 cents. So, and we want to be good neighbors, but on the other hand, not too good of neighbors, I guess, is what it really boils down to. Okay. Anybody else? Public comment? Okay. Want to try a motion? Try it. Let's see where it goes. Stacy's thinking about it.
2019 R4.
R4. Okay. I move to adopt resolution number 2019 R4.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried. Was there a nay?
Yes.
Okay. 4-1. Supervisor Giomi is the nay vote on that one. Okay. Let's now take up 16B. Aesthetic requirements for 5G stuff. Who's going to talk about that? Ms. Hicks, you going to do it? Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. For the record, Stephanie Hicks, Real Property Manager. The item before you today is for discussion and possible action regarding approval and adoption of a proposed policy to implement aesthetic requirements and procedures for small cell equipment installation on poles and streetlights located in the city's rights-of-way, and to give limited authorization to the Director of Public Works or his or her designee to update the policy as needed. I just want to take an opportunity as we get started to go through our presentation to identify and acknowledge staff that's been part of this process. So myself, along with Dan Stuckey, our city engineer, Todd Reese, our deputy district attorney, as well as Lee Plemmel, community development director, James Jacklett, our operations manager for control systems, who unfortunately can't be here today, Stephen Pote, our senior project manager, and then various mobile operators and their representatives. So last May, we brought forward a presentation to the board going over, I guess actually introducing the fact that we knew this was coming to the city, to provide an overview of where we were headed and to start the discussion about aesthetics. And just to take a little bit of a step back on that, really the next phase of cellular technology is, we say it's 5G, but really in a lot of places 4G hasn't been implemented yet either. So it is 4G and 5G. And that's going to require a transition from what we generally see as the macro towers to small cell equipment that's going to be more densely populated in urban corridors. It's not going to eliminate the macro towers, but it's going to bring some new technology, which I know we've had some struggles with that this morning. It's going to bring some new technology to the city that will consist of small radio equipment and antennas that will be placed on structures within the city's right-of-way. And those city-owned that city-owned infrastructure really is our streetlights and our traffic poles and signals. And this location is needed to transmit the data to and from a wireless device. So they're low-power cell sites that will be installed more densely and closer to the urban core. And it will allow mobile operators to really extend their services to their customers as well as increase their network capacities. And so just as an example, one of the things that we'll see is, if you try to upload a large video on your cell phone sometimes, or your iPad, it can take several minutes, or maybe even longer to upload those. With 5G, the plan and the hope is that's going to happen in a matter of seconds. So it's just going to be the next fastest thing. But it will require three things, and that is power, backhaul, which is the fiber optic cable or microwave needed for transmission to the core network, and then a permitted space for installation. So today we'd like to present to you the policy that we've been working on with these providers for the last year. There have been some recent developments with FCC rulings, and that's why we really wanted to get to this meeting today. There is a time frame for implementing aesthetic requirements by April 15th, but we do want to stress the fact that while we are asking for approval of this policy today and approval with changes, we'll be back. We'll be back next month, and it will give us an opportunity to look at these again. So this is going to be a little bit of an ongoing process because there are several more steps that need to come into play. So as I said, we've had 4 workshops with those providers. We've also been following other agencies in the region, City of Reno, other municipalities nationwide in regards to what's been going on with both policies, implementation, and the FCC ruling. So I just want to take a minute to talk about the Federal Communications Commission order. So in September of last year, there was an FCC order that came out, and there were 3 main requirements that the order discussed. Those were fees, shot clock for approval, and then aesthetics. And again, today, our primary purpose today is for the aesthetics, although the fees and the shot clock are going to follow along within our policies as we move forward. There was a motion requesting a stay to that order that was filed by many municipalities in December. That there was an order denying the stay, and so that order is in place. So to just go into a little bit more detail of each of those components, the FCC order has indicated that the fees can be no greater than a reasonable approximation of costs for processing applications and managing deployments in the right-of-way. And at this point, what the FCC has recommended is review fees of $500 per application for up to 5 small cell wireless facilities, with $100 for each additional facility, and right-of-way access fees of $270 per small cell wireless facility per year. Currently, and not part of the proposed policy, staff is developing what we believe is a reasonable approximation of fees for our review time. And we have in, I think it was our November meeting with the providers, we provided to them a spreadsheet and a breakdown of staff times and rate that we felt it would really take us to go through and evaluate the applications. So as we move forward in the subsequent month, and as part of our master license agreements, we're anticipating that our fee recommendation is going to be $1,400 for application review. And again, we feel that that has been justified and we have a reasonable approximation of those costs. The providers agreed at that time that they felt it was reasonable as well. And then we're still working on our actual right-of-way access fee. The City of Reno's fee, which we were also watching, came in at about $1,016. 270 of that is for use of the right-of-way, but then there's also a component of that it has to do with electricity. So we're going to continue to refine that. And again, we'll bring forward our final recommendations for the fees as we move forward with a template for a master license agreement. The second requirement of the FCC order is a shot clock, and what they have proposed is that an application for co-location on a pre-existing structure needs to occur within 60 days. And if it's for a new build, that needs to occur within 90 days. We have started to work through that in our policies. Again, there's some refining that we need to do based on the review approach that we've proposed, but that will be something that we will finalize in the coming month as well. But our main item today that we'd like to have an opportunity to discuss with you is the aesthetics of what these small cell devices will look like in the right-of-way. And according to the FCC, we have to be reasonable, no more burdensome than those applied to other types of infrastructure deployments, and published in advance. So that April 15th deadline is the date that it needs to be published in advance of. This particular illustration is what I brought forward last year, and so I just wanted to have an opportunity to discuss it. On the top half of the slide, these were some examples that we received from other Nevada communities that were examples of deployment where they did not have any design standards in place, so they didn't have aesthetic requirements. And I think we all agreed at that time that that's not what we're looking for here in the city and in our right-of-way. And at that time, the bottom half of that slide shows you light poles that everything is completely integrated inside the pole itself. And since we brought that forward and we've been meeting with the small cell providers, there are some reasons why we're going to move away from that in some instances. Some of that has to do with the cost for them to be able to deploy it and the fact that it really would require a full swap out of the structure itself, but also because those poles in and of themselves to contain all the equipment inside of them actually become much larger. And the one that's in the bottom right-hand corner, that base of that pole, from the perspective you can't necessarily tell, but it will take up a lot of the sidewalk, and then we are dealing with issues regarding the clear path and ADA requirements being met. So the policies that are before you today will allow for attachment of the poles, of the equipment outside of the poles. And these are some examples that have been provided to us. These ones are from Verizon. The one on the left is showing you what is a 4G deployment. So there's an antenna that is on the very top of the pole. And then there is equipment that is down further on the pole, and then they all have emergency shutoff switches as well. One of the things that we've learned, and I think anybody who owns a smartphone has learned, is the technology is evolving very rapidly. And so that's been one of the challenges in creating the policy is that it's changing as we go. And so the picture on the right is actually an example of, at least for this provider, what they are anticipating their 5G is going to look like. So you will see now that the antenna is actually down here on the side of the pole. There's no longer one that's extending from the top, and their other equipment is further down on the pole. So some of the things that we discuss in policy in regards to specific size standards and number of pieces of equipment on the poles, we see that changing in the coming month just to meet the standard of where the technology is going. But again, ensuring that we're meeting what is best for aesthetic requirements for the city. A couple other examples that we have for you. These are from AT&T, and these are actually small cell examples that have been deployed in Reno. So again, antenna on the top of the pole. We do have equipment on the side. And the big difference is we're still asking that everything be, wiring be concealed, everything be sheathed and camouflaged as much as possible. We want the paint to match. We want it to be of the same color and materials. And that is what we have proposed in our policy. So before I jump in, the way that we'll kind of follow through the PowerPoint is I'm going to hit some highlights on the policies, but I'm not going to go into everything in great detail. We did have some recommended text changes from Supervisor Bonkowski that I would like to put on the record to be part of the approval should it go forward. And so the first one in section A4, we are asking for, at the end of that sentence, well, I'll go ahead and read the whole sentence, but installations other than those in above-ground cabinets or on poles will be reviewed on a case-by-case basis by the city engineer or his or her designee. So we're just adding who's going to be reviewing those to the end of that. In section C3, we're striking the and capitalizing R in that sentence, just a technical or a typographical correction there. In E2, we are striking prior to install at the end of that sentence. It was repetitive because we have that in there already. And then lastly, on F2, we would like to add a comma after distance and strike and in that section. And then we will, of course, we'll be glad to incorporate any other changes as we discuss through the process with you today. So just as an overview, the purpose of these policies bringing forward is to establish the policies for the city for wireless providers to place small cell wireless equipment in the city right-of-way. Some of the things, the steps, and as I said, we'll be coming back to you because there are some additional pieces to this. We're proposing that before a provider can install anything in the right-of-way, they first have to enter into a master license agreement with the city. So that's going to be the first step. Then they're going to seek approval for a location and placement, and then secure a building permit for the installation of the small cell. And these policies, we are requesting that the Public Works Director or his designee be allowed to make any technical or clerical corrections to these policies without them coming back to the board, and any other revisions that are required or necessary for compliance with federal or state law or regulations and city municipal code. So if there are things that are of an aesthetic nature that the board approves today, those we would need to come back for your approval to change those. But if they meet just a clerical or a federal or state regulation, we'd like to make those at staff level. So the main requirements that we have in regards to aesthetic fall under Section A. As I said before, small cell wireless shall be concealed with the least visually intrusive installation as possible. So we're asking for shrouds or an equivalent. We're asking for the wiring to be concealed, wiring and connectors be concealed, and then be painted and textured to match the pole. Attachment to existing wooden poles is restricted, so we aren't allowing that in our downtown corridor or any of the beautification areas, and new wooden poles are prohibited. But we will allow a swap out. If there is a wooden pole already outside of those areas and they need to swap it out because it needs to meet a structural load, then we would allow for a swap out. But brand new poles we would not allow. And just a point of clarification, we also proposed in policy that no new poles can be established solely for the purpose of small cell. So we're asking for them to install on existing infrastructure, not be allowed to just put up a new pole with a small cell antenna on it. We also have indicated that above-ground cabinets and other installations will be considered on a case-by-case basis. As I stated before, we do have size parameters listed in the policies, but these are changing with new technology. And also, we currently state that no more than 2 pieces of equipment in addition to a shutoff switch are allowed. But again, we're at our March meeting with the providers, we were just shown those new 5G installations. And so we're going to have to come up with a language that will, again, meet the city's aesthetic requirements, but give some flexibility as the technology changes. Poles replaced or added must be of a like kind with the poles in the area, and the height cannot exceed 20% of the average pole height in the immediate vicinity. Poles and equipment must meet ADA standards. All design and structural calculations must be certified by a Nevada licensed professional engineer. Landscaping to conceal the ground-mounted equipment must conform to Carson City Municipal Code, and it will be the responsibility of the provider to maintain. Street cuts will not be allowed within 5 years when a street has been paved, recently paved or repaved, unless it's approved by the city engineer, and in that case, additional fees will apply. There's also been some discussion about whether the city would take over any of the NV Energy streetlights if a small cell provider wished to install on those. And we have considered, we've considered that request, that we will review those on a case-by-case basis. There may be an instance where that would make a lot of sense to us to take over that pole, or perhaps even replace it in an area where we see that there be a need for additional lighting, kind of swap out a little bit in location. But again, we're not committing that we will take over every NV Energy streetlight they wish to attach to, but we will consider it on a case-by-case basis. So just a little bit about the application process. Again, we have indicated that a master license agreement with the city is going to be necessary before they can, before any installation will be allowed. And the way we're proposing this is following approval of the master license agreement by the board, all subsequent locations that the provider comes in with will be a site supplemental agreement that can be approved at staff level. During the board retreat, we showed you an application that we were working on in our asset management. And so what we are proposing at this point is we're going to provide, this is going to be available to the providers so they can go in and see the city-owned streetlights and traffic lights that are available for attachment. We own more than are shown on here, but these are the ones that we've reviewed and we believe are available for attachment. And so this will give the providers an opportunity to go in, look at those areas, and select a site. They'll be able to reserve it for 90 days as they work out the details of the application. So we're currently proposing a small cell wireless project review followed by a building permit. We had a discussion early on with the providers that it would be a benefit for them before they go to the expense of their detailed plans to come in and sit with staff and have a discussion about a specific location, so they can find out about things like, you know, our street cut's going to be allowed? What's the electrical situation in the area? And so we've proposed that similar to what planning does with their major project review. We need to finesse that a little bit to meet shop clock requirements because we're trying to figure out where the clock starts. And so right now, as proposed, you may see next month that we modify that a little bit because we want to ensure that we meet those requirements. We think it's very valuable for both staff and the provider to go through this process, but there will likely be some minor revisions. So our next step from here, as I stated, next month we intend to be back here at the board. We can bring back any policy revisions at that point, and we also intend to bring an enabling ordinance and a template of the master license agreement for the board to review. Included in that will be the fees. And so this last slide, again, I just wanted to bring up for illustrative purposes. You know, I think it's been a great cooperative effort between the city and the providers to find that balance between the need to bring the technology to the city. There's certainly a benefit to our businesses, to our citizens, and to our government for the technology to come here to Carson City. But again, we want to preserve, we've done a lot of great things to beautify our city, and we want to preserve the aesthetics, and I think our policy does meet that balance. So with that, we are available for any questions, and we also have some providers here as well to answer any questions that you may have.
We've got AT&T, Verizon, and who else here? Anybody? Okay. And my understanding is, I mean, you can come up and say it yourself, but my understanding is they're okay with this.
That's correct.
Good morning.
My name is Matt Yurgevich. I work for a company called
Technology.
Is that better? Yeah. Thank you. My name is Matt Yurgevich. I work for a company called Vinculums Services. We are AT&T's developer in this market. We do the permitting and the construction work of the small cell wireless facilities. I want to thank you all and thank staff in particular for the workshops that were held and the ability to provide feedback into the policy. We support the creation of the policy and understand that it could be appropriately updated from time to time as the technology rolls out. So we appreciate it. Briefly about the need for small cells. Small cells are critical to address coverage and capacity. We have a slide up here that you can see. And they function in addition to the network of towers with which you are familiar, the larger macro sites. The small cells need to be nestled amidst the community to do their job. And what is their job? It's essentially two separate things, coverage and capacity. Coverage is something you might already be familiar with. It's, the signal on your cell phone. You might have 3 or 4 bars. That's the coverage you're familiar with. Small cells can help that in certain areas where maybe you don't have coverage in building, or you don't have coverage as a result of an obstruction by trees or topography to fill in those gaps. But even more so, more importantly, small cells address capacity needs. And capacity is a little bit more difficult to understand. It's when you have a signal, you see your cell phone has bars, but maybe you're getting off work at 5 o'clock and so is everyone else, and everybody's opened up their cell phone, and you can't use your cell phone as quickly or in all the ways that you might expect. You can't place that call. Your call drops. You're not able to load your map to see where you are, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the real focus of small cells. As was mentioned by staff, the small cells are deployed predominantly currently with 4G. So when we're talking about small cells, we're talking about 4G technology, and very soon it's just starting to be rolled out with 5G. So and 5G will really do an amazing job to address capacity, to increase speeds, and to lay the foundation for all new industries. So it's very exciting. If we could go, I don't know if I have so this is just an overview. I know some photos were shown, but this is nice to kind of see the nuts and bolts of what's being proposed. The typical 4G small cell has the antenna canisters you can see at the top, usually a 2-foot long antenna inside a slightly larger stealth canister, and then 2 radios attached to the pole. We're able to conceal the cables to incorporate some cable management, which helps improve the aesthetics of these facilities. I don't know do I have the 5G slide? And along that line of thinking, this is an example of a preliminary conceptual rendering, not a final design. You can see the asterisk there. I'm sure Mr. Mayor, you appreciate the legal language, but the antenna itself for 5G and the radio are one unit, And then we're working on ways to conceal the cable management, as you can see with the canister that kind of fits over the facility, while allowing for the antenna face to be unimpeded, to be exposed. Next slide, please. Here we have a facility that has both 4G and 5G, so you can see the antenna canister on top. You can see the two radios at the bottom. And then with the addition of 5G, you have the facility just below the lantern, the light there. In some cases, you might have poles with 5G only. In some cases, you might have poles with 4G only. In some cases, you might have poles with both. It depends on the overlay. It depends on the needs of the community, et cetera, et cetera. It depends on the testing of the rollout, I suppose. But we're grateful for this opportunity. We support the efforts. Being able to be a part of the conversation really makes a big difference. And we're excited to provide these services to Carson City, and we're here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Verizon, same pitch?
Ditto. Just kidding. So I'm Dana Diamond, and I'm with Verizon Wireless. I really do actually duplicate a lot of what Matt just said, but I want to reiterate as well just how nice it's been to come together with both staff and industry even to come up with this document. It's been really nice to have a say in it and have staff take our comments back and put them and implement them into the policy. So your question was, do we agree with the policy? We do. So far, we are going to need some additions for 5G, but we did just bring that forward. So the policy's perfect for 4G. We're just going to need some changes for 5G. So I also have to duplicate what Matt said. We will also be rolling out 4G here first. I don't know if the community is excited for 5G, so I don't want to relinquish the opportunity to be transparent. We still need to help you guys out with further 4G, so you'll be getting that first, and then 5G will be coming in a future time. Our 4G installation, this is our 4G installation. This is our Bakersfield mock-up that we did. It is very close to AT&T's. It is a little bit different. Can you see that if you're just driving down the street? No, you won't notice that. But if you're walking by it or, when it goes into planning, you will notice a difference. But the modifications are very minor. And then 5G is entirely different. So our installations will be similar, but a little bit different. Not that the residents should notice the difference, but planning definitely will. So, we're here also to answer any questions that you may have. And thanks for having us here today.
I'd like to thank you for being here today. I'd like to thank you for working through with our staff here. And I'd like to, publicly thank our staff for, taking the laboring oar. I know it's difficult to corral a lot of folks together because this has a lot of nuances to it, but you folks, all of you in this room have done a great job of trying to put together something, that's going to address what's coming down the road. I do have we got some questions up here. I do have one question you may or may not be able to answer. What happens if Assembly Bill 344 passes?
Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with Assembly Bill 344.
Andy Carlton's bill that talks about this subject?
I'm loosely, I think, I've been preliminarily briefed about it, but maybe Todd, the Deputy City Attorney, could elucidate.
Todd, if you know about it, I don't mean to catch you off guard, but I know this is being heard at 12:30 when I'm going to be over there. So
I am familiar with the bill. Yeah. My understanding is generally it's coming from providers in the Las Vegas area. The portion, most of the bill, I was okay with. The portion of the bill that I was concerned about, and I believe Public Works would have the same concerns, was about putting equipment actually on the wires. And my understanding in talking with the providers up here, with AT&T and Verizon and the others, is that they're not planning on doing that up here.
We're not, I don't want to speak We don't have any official position on the
Mayor,
on
for the
bill.
record, excuse me, you'll be voting on this next, whether or not you support or, oppose or are neutral.
Okay.
We have no official position, I think is the short answer.
Mr. Mayor, for the record, in regards to that, staff has reviewed that bill draft, and I know we will be discussing it shortly. I think what our concern is we'd like the opportunity to have the same conversation that we've been having with the providers about how that might look, what can we do to protect aesthetics, instead of just being mandated to allow it. And so that's staff's main concern with that particular bill draft.
All right. As long as we're aware of what's going on. Supervisor Giomi, then Supervisor Barrett.
Thanks, Mayor. Just some broad questions first. Just how many providers participated in the process?
We had potentially six different, I think there's 5 main providers, but then some of them have representatives on their behalf that assist them with installation.
Did we have any public attendees?
We did not have public attendees.
Was it publicly noticed?
It was not. They were internal workshops. At one point, we had about 25 people attending.
But all industry people?
Yes, correct.
Specific questions on A8 and A9. A8 says poles replaced or added by the applicant shall be designed of like kind. And then A9 says the placement of new poles for the sole purpose of accommodating this is not permitted. So help me understand. In the one case, it says poles added have to comply, but then it says you can't put new poles.
There could be an instance where staff may be in support of a streetlight at a particular location where we don't have one. And so in that case, we would be in support of an added streetlight pole, which would also allow for them to attach to it. But they can't, we're not supporting them to just come in and put a pole in only for small cell installation. Okay. So that's the difference.
I just think that probably needs some clarification.
Okay.
On the EME sticker, it says it'll be placed 6 feet below the antenna shroud. Is that an industry standard? I mean, if the antenna shroud is 20 feet up and you put it 6 feet below that, that sign isn't going to be at a place that somebody can read. I would almost rather see it placed, 6 feet off the ground, for instance. Just asking that question.
The EME sticker is placed 6 feet below the antenna due to requirements.
Okay.
And as you are climbing the pole to get to the antenna, you want to pass by that EME sticker so that you know what you're about to approach.
So there isn't an EME issue below that antenna?
No, sir, there is not.
Thank you. You talked a little bit about this, and I just made a note here on B4. It talks about who pays for power, but it sounds like you're going to address that in the master license agreement or address it in this?
That's correct. I think in the master license agreement and the site supplement agreements where we're actually looking at those specific locations, we'll be able to identify where we have some. Our primary goal is if the city's already there and we already have power, we will have them connect to our power. And my understanding from James Jacklett, our operations manager, is that shouldn't be of any problem. But we wanted to allow for or include, if there was a need for a separate meter, the ability to do that. And that would all be discussed through site selection.
Okay. So the meter aesthetics will be addressed in that process. Okay. Under G1, it says any installation, repairs, or maintenance that may require traffic control interruptions to adjacent properties will require 2 weeks' notice before the installation repair can be worked on. So does that mean that they have no provision for making an emergency repair?
Emergency repairs are addressed in the master license agreement. So they will have provisions for doing so. So this is more just of a planned installation as for new installation. But emergency repairs there's a whole section that it is
So
addressed.
you don't think that should be clarified here?
We can certainly clarify that.
I didn't really see anything here that dealt with the maintenance of the aesthetics. And as an example, I know when we, down Carson Street, painted all of the poles black, over time, that paint comes off. I didn't see anywhere in here where the aesthetics need to be maintained. So if we have a requirement that it matches the pole, and it fades from black to silver, it should be maintained.
Absolutely, we can add a requirement for maintenance of aesthetics.
And how are we deciding who gets to be on what pole? What is that process going to look like? Pistols at 20 paces, or?
With the application that is going to be online, when we will announce when that goes live, and it's going to be first in gets to select. But we had a lot of discussion about that with the providers, and that's why we were limiting it, I believe, to no more than 10 sites. There's a 90-day reservation
10 sites
period per provider. There's a 90-day reservation period within which you need to come in and you need to have started your application, so that the first one in the door can't reserve all 150 sites and block everybody else out. So I think that everybody was in agreement with the process as we proposed it, to give the best opportunity for everybody. We acknowledge that application only has about 150 sites that are city owned, and so we will, there's a good chance we're going to see some requests for polls from NV Energy or other ownership that will come in as well.
And two more, sorry guys. D13 talks about radio frequency report prepared by an RF engineer, certifies applicable RF standards. Should we add language that talks about any interference to existing systems are mitigated, or the antenna is eliminated? I mean, I don't know if there are going to be any. I've worked in the radio industry, and I know that sometimes interference happens in places that people don't anticipate interference happening. So do we feel like we're covered enough if someone puts a 5G site up, or in 5 years a 6G site up, or whatever's next, and there's interference to a critical city system, that it has to be mitigated? Do you feel like that's covered?
I knew that because James wasn't here today, you were going to ask a question like that. But I do think that it is definitely worth us double checking with James, and he has been part of the process, but I think asking the question again and making sure that there isn't a need for clarification is very appropriate.
I think it doesn't seem unreasonable to me to put language into this that puts the burden on the new system to mitigate it. I believe the FCC is going to require you to do that anyway.
Correct.
I would just feel more comfortable putting it out there right up front so that everyone knows if there's an issue that it gets mitigated. And my last question, I forgot. Oh no, I didn't. Do we feel like the aesthetic component on private property is addressed well enough? I guess that's another question I have. So if someone were putting it up on a pole on top of somebody's building downtown, do we feel like this addresses the aesthetics of that well enough that we have a way to address that?
Well, and it is actually, that would require a different review, because I think one of the big things that's different about what we're proposing is, while it's in right-of-way, it does come through development engineering and we review it through public works, but as soon as it goes outside of the right-of-way, then it's going to trigger review through the planning department. And so it might trigger special use permit requirements and other things that will have to be evaluated and reviewed. So those will go through, if it requires that type of review, it will go through planning commission and for their approval as well. So there's other requirements when you go to private property.
So it sounds like we need the planning department to catch up on this. I mean, I guess, hey, Lee's there. How you doing, Lee? He's got it. Okay, thank you. Sorry to take all the time.
Okay, Supervisor Barrett and Supervisor Winkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think there'll be a lot of questions, so I haven't taken all the time, I'm sure. First of all, a constituent called me recently, and this may be a little off subject, but you have already said you're at 4G and there'll be more 4G before there's 5G. This constituent, and I've experienced the same thing, was concerned that when the legislature is in town, which happens to be right now, his cell phone service isn't as good. And you talked about the 5 o'clock situation when people all get off work and use their cell phones, etc. I've experienced some of the same things. So he was asking me, can you get the providers, can you talk about finding a way for the providers maybe to bring in a truck with a pole, etc. And I'm wandering around in fields I've never been in before, so I don't actually know exactly what I'm saying. But is there a way, if we're not going to 5G soon, because he thinks 5G, and I do too, will take care of some of this. Can you talk about that a little bit? Because it's a problem for 5 months out of every other year.
So the need for 5G is not immediate. No one has a 5G phone yet. So right now all the phones are 4G. So 4G will help with everybody's phone right now. But we do have options for special events. Stephanie now has a direct contact at Verizon Wireless and AT&T. Should there be an event coming, we do need some notice. But please feel free to reach out and let us know. We have a special event coming. We have certain people that are going to be in town, because we do have options for things like that. If you want to speak for AT&T, that's fine.
Generally speaking, there it is. Okay. Generally speaking, yes, small cells initially will address some of the, it sounds like, capacity concerns that you're raising. And as soon as this is approved, and as soon as we have a master license agreement with the city, which my understanding is next, then we're ready to submit applications. We're rearing to go. We've got small cells funded for Carson City. Not yet 5G, but hopefully the deployment will address your concerns.
So in 2021, when the legislature next comes back, that it may be taken care of, or will it be that fast?
I would think so. I mean, it depends on obviously the rollout, and we're happy that Carson City is finalizing these rules so that we can submit permit applications right away. But we need to address those concerns you referenced.
Secondarily, just to front for my constituent, can anything be done during this legislative session, which will last roughly to the 1st of June?
As with the representative from Verizon, I'll be sure and go back to my folks and see if there are any options.
Thank you much. Now I have a question for our staff. Does the $1,400 figure plus on your amount in your presentation, in its reasonableness, include not only the cost of staff time, but also the opportunity cost of doing that task and not doing some other task the city needs done? And on top of that, does it include what you've put into it already?
Dan Stuckey, city engineer for the record. So I guess the opportunity cost is technically not included in that calculation. It was a pretty thorough calculation. We presented the providers, like Stephanie said, at the November meeting. Pretty detailed memo, broke down. I mean, because like Stephanie spoke, it does touch a lot of different departments. I mean, even fires included, public works, planning, development engineering. So when we broke down for a typical application, the number of hours that each of those people would be using to review these applications, that's where we came up with the 1,400 number, and that was loaded with overhead as well. So, but as far as an opportunity of what that would take away, that was not factored in, nor were the upfront time that we've been spending with the providers to work on this policy.
Okay, what does the term loaded with overhead mean?
Just what our bill rate, like if we were working on a project, what our staff bill rate, so not just our direct payment, our direct salary, but what it truly costs for us to work on a task.
As you probably already can see, I'm also headed for the question of, is this going to require more staff down the road?
That discussions happen internally. I mean, part of it, based on feedback we've gotten from the wireless providers, they've said, I believe, how many years, Stephanie, of these?
I think there were approximately 5 a year for the next 5 years could be what we might be looking at per provider. Initially, I think there was a comment that was made from a company that it could be 200 a year. We don't see it being that high, so we think, we might see 25 to 30 of these per year.
So again, I mean, I think where I was going, I guess, if it's the 25 or 30 number, I think we were hoping to manage it with current staff. Now, if it's above that, I mean, I think that's where we start needing to evaluating, and this will get more refined as we get going through these reviews. I mean, it's hard to exactly project until we've been going through the process at this point.
But what you seem to be telling me is that that's not part of your $1,400 per calculation, potentially to have new staff, because you've made an estimate of 25?
Well, the calculation per review is essentially, I think it was like 12 to 18 hours of various staff members, and what that cost is to have those staffs do that 18 hours. That's where we came up with that $1,400 amount. So maybe I'm misunderstanding.
So it's all translated into monetary terms. It wasn't translated into lost time terms.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess to answer that question, the memo broke it down. I think, again, it was 12 to 18 hours of essentially hours that we're not spending reviewing applications today that will have to be added in the future per application.
And I would just add to that, part of our reason for how we did justify that was based on what the FCC regulation said, because what they were proposing as a fee was much, much lower, and in order for us to charge a higher amount, we have to be able to justify that in what it will be reasonable, what a reasonable estimation of our time would be. And so that's why we use that methodology.
Thank you. Another push down from government above us. Thanks.
Well, if you do $1,400 an application and there's 200 applications, that's $280,000. So we can probably hire a person $280,000.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to get at, Supervisor Jomey, is the fact that it's going to cost us some money to do this, so it's a good thing. I'm glad to get this full report.
Stephanie, since we're proposing to allow 2 sets of equipment on each pole, approved pole, does that give us the ability, or will our reservation system be able to allow 2 providers to reserve the same site?
We did not at this point consider co-location by providers, and that largely in part was because the feedback we received is there probably would not be the desire or the ability to do that. And so once a pole is reserved, if AT&T reserves that pole, only AT&T will be on that pole.
So when we talk about 2 sets of equipment being on there, that would probably be a set of 4G and a set of 5G on the same pole?
So to answer your first question, co-locating multiple carriers, I have not seen it being possible just from an engineering perspective, because the quantity of equipment you would have to have on the pole, you'd probably have to swap out a light pole, and the girth to structurally support multiple carriers would be too much. It might look ridiculous. So I haven't seen it. I think it'd be difficult to accomplish. Second question, the number of boxes. For 4G, typically, I don't want to speak for all the carriers, but typically we're deploying 2 boxes mounted to the pole, 2 radios, and then the antenna canister on top. The current policy limits things to a total of 2 boxes. So if we were to put 5G onto the same pole where there is 4G, we would have to increase the allowance for the number of boxes.
So the provision for 2 pieces of equipment, that is what currently is entailed in the 4G, the antenna and the 2 boxes.
Correct. It might be, there might be a case, there probably will be a case where 5G is proposed by itself on a different pole than the 4G pole, in which case 5G would meet the city's policy. It would only be 1 box instead of the 2. So there's that.
You can't put 4G and 5G equipment in the same box? I mean, could you upsize the box and put them both in 1 box?
Not currently, no. I suppose you could if you got creative. If you're just talking purely about one, singular box, you might be able to have some kind of shield, or sheathing over all of the boxes inside. I've seen that done before, but I like to think that less is more. And if you have something over, all of it, then it just it's more to see.
So I'm just a little bit interested in the 4G technology, since that's going to roll out first. Am I going to get improved coverage within the community? So, for instance, where I live, I can't even use a cell phone. So are you going to be putting placements or areas that currently don't have good actual service? I know, like a half a bar, and they'll get 2 or 3. So I wonder if we're going to get an expansion that actually provides more service
I
to the
think
community.
The short answer is yes, but it's going to depend on a case-by-case basis. From what I've seen, it depends on the individual small cell being proposed. I know that we have some small cells being proposed in the shadowed areas or the outlying areas that just lack pure coverage. But predominantly speaking, in general, small cells address the capacity problem represented by Supervisor Barrett.
Okay. Well, I'd like you to work on coverage, because
absolutely,
it'd be nice if the whole community, because people are moving to having everyone where I live has to keep a landline, because otherwise you'd have no emergency services for 911 or anything else, right? So,
yeah,
great.
Okay, other board questions? This has to be done today?
Yes, we are requesting approval by the supervisors today with modifications, and then also with, I think it would be absolutely appropriate to direct staff to come back with some of the items we've discussed next month when we bring forward the master license agreement with any other proposed changes.
Okay. Public comment on this issue? Anybody? I don't see anybody there. All right.
Can you put that language back up? Oh. The other one. One more forward. That. You ready?
Ready. Ready for motion.
I move to approve and adopt the proposed policy with the changes presented today and the changes that I placed on the record, as well as allowing for the Public Works Director or his designee to make technical or clerical revisions to the policy and any other revision that is required or necessary for compliance with federal or state law, regulations, and Carson City Municipal Code.
Second.
There's a motion and a couple seconds on the motion. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're going to take one more, and then we'll probably take a break for about 5 minutes. Ms. Russell, come on up. We're doing another name change. Why didn't we do them all at once?
This is coming back from last meeting. We didn't approve it the last meeting.
All right. Go ahead.
So the primary purpose for this was the change of the sewer fund to the wastewater fund. Just to recap what we did last meeting. This was, we believe that it would be a better description for the public and for everybody of what the sewer fund actually does. We've had that name since prior to 1951, and it's more than just a sewer fund now. We deal with effluent water, wastewater, so we felt the term wastewater would be better received by the public and everybody. And then per the recommendations of the board at the last meeting, we added the term utility to each of the funds. So it's now the wastewater utility fund, the water utility fund, and the stormwater utility fund.
Everybody okay with that? Names?
And the effective date to July.
And we added the effective date, yes.
All right. Public comment? Anybody? We okay with this one? All right. Who wants to make a motion?
2019 R5. I move to adopt resolution 2019 R5.
There's a motion and a second. On a motion, discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Oh, man.
Thank you.
The electronics. Okay. All right. Motion passes. Thank you, Sherry. All right. Why don't we take 5 minutes for a break? I'd ask that when we come back, since I might have to leave close to 12 o'clock, I'd like to take that pot lounge thing up first and squish it. I'm sorry.
Burn it down? You want to burn it down, Bob?
Well, Supervisors, back to order. We're now going to take up the legislative measures, and we're going to take up item 18 Foxtrot AB 409. This is pot lounges. I think we all know what this does. My sense, board members can correct me if I'm wrong, my sense is this city doesn't want to go down that road. So my sense is that we should probably entertain a motion to strictly oppose or to make it optional if we need to get Carson City out. Brad.
Yeah, I'd just like to go on the record as saying that this is one of the worst bills I've ever seen. And I would encourage us to use some very strong language if we vote to oppose this. I think it's ridiculous for the legislator to come back and tell us that we have no oversight. We can't limit the number of lounges. We get no revenue. You know, so I'm all in favor of using as strong a language as we can to oppose this.
Agreed. As far as I'm concerned, the problem is that people drink and drive. Now they'll drink and smoke and drive if you have lounges. Let's not go there.
Okay. Brad, somebody want to take? I think we're all, what I hear, we're on the same wavelength. Somebody want to try a motion?
Do you want public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. Public comment? Anybody?
Ron, you or Shelley? That's okay.
Anybody? Okay. We'll entertain a motion.
Shelley's coming up.
Oh, Shelley's coming up. I didn't see you coming up. You heard our discussion, right?
I did not. So there may not be any.
Well, that's what I was going to say, because I think we're about ready to squish it.
I'm very appreciative of that. I mean, the light's on.
Oh, no, it's green now.
It's green now. Okay. All right. Okay. Of course. And you're accomplishing that objective. Anyway, if in fact that's the case, I certainly appreciate your willingness to preserve our city's ambiance and the thing that was kind of disingenuous about what's currently being proposed is, it, in my estimation, conflicts with what the voters approved in 2016. There was definitely, an appetite to not permit public consumption of marijuana. And, I suppose, I don't know what direction the board will take in terms of trying to defeat this legislation or merely ensure that each municipality and individual jurisdiction can elect to make a decision for themselves on behalf of their constituents. But either way, I appreciate your support.
Well, I tell you what, we're going to make a motion and in discussion. We'll allow you to come back up if it doesn't. I think we're all on the same page. But I think we're there. So
okay, all right.
If you see a problem with the motion, let us know.
I certainly will. Thanks so much.
Any other public comment?
I think it's amazing. I'm a little bit with Brad when he said he thought this was one of the worst pieces. But I listened to a hearing on e-cigarettes, and it's amazing to me that they have contradictory bills even. We don't want to do this, but this one gives us money, so let's allow tourists. And here we're trying to change who can carry a gun, at what DUI level, at what alcohol level. I just think this is bad legislation, and we should adamantly oppose it.
Who wants to try the motion? Go.
I move to oppose AB 409 and directs staff to use as strong of language as is feasible in the letter of opposition, and at a minimum, if it looks like the direction of this at the legislature is going to be approved in any form, to try to include language that allows counties to opt out.
Second. There's a motion and a second.
On discussion? How about, or even not opt out, but limit by population, those that can do it. So, often they put over 700.
Here's the.
Or let any county do what they want.
Well, we're on a motion. There's a motion and a second. We're on discussion. I think the opt-out language is better. And I will tell you, I'm on a League of Cities, and I just happened to talk to a city that is kind of out in the hinterland, and they get a lot of people coming across the border from the east, and there's no place for them to partake. And so, my sense is, to preserve at least their opportunity to argue that they want it here, my suggestion is that we're better off just saying, we oppose this, but if it's necessary to get Carson City out, we need an opt-out clause. That way we don't step on anybody else's toes. Yeah.
I just, would the motioner be willing to add that, that you'd like either the mayor or city manager to verbally testify?
I think that's at the direction of the mayor actually it's at the direction of the city manager. They already have that authority. I don't know that I want to get that deep in the weeds on it.
I just want to make sure we're opposing it.
Well, that's why I said as strong as
I got you. Yeah, not just merely sending a letter, so.
Yeah, I assume that our four-county coalition, that we will discuss this and we'll take direction there.
I'm good then.
To send somebody to testify.
But a letter is not a bad idea. That's what the motion says. A letter is not a bad idea to send over. You send that letter to the either the committee, but probably on this one you send it to the maker of the bill. We could work through that. Okay. Okay. On the motion, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Carried. Okay. Well done, Shelley. All right.
That was 281 that we just voted on?
No,
409.
Well, no, on the, if you look on your vote, it's 18A.
Tomorrow. We did 18F instead.
Glad you're watching there, Stacy. That's good.
Oh, they're up on this thing now.
Okay. We're going to vote again, or you got it recorded?
Oh, yes.
I think it's recorded. I don't think we have to do it again. All right. Let's take up, let's go back to the original discussion. I mean, the original agenda. Let's take up 18 Alpha.
Okay. For the record, Adriana Freilich, Deputy City Manager. Nancy and I will tag team. We'll start with SB 281. This is the reimbursement for certain fuel taxes. So this is a permissive bill. This will authorize the Board of County Commissioners and counties that impose fuel taxes that automatically increase each year based upon measures of inflation. So in other words, indexing, to reimburse retailers of fuel in those counties for taxes imposed. So right now, Carson City does not impose indexing fuel taxes. But if it did, then this bill would allow Carson City to pass an ordinance establishing a program, and that program would reimburse each retailer located in the city that the city determines is placed at a competitive disadvantage to retailers located in a nearby county. So this bill is problematic for many reasons. One of them being that it's vague. It lacks definitions. So, for example, how would the law work? How would you reimburse a county? How would you identify when there's a competitive disadvantage? What governmental entity, whether county or the state, would do the reimbursement? And if the reimbursements would have to come out of the funds other than the proceeds of the taxes from the fuel, what proceeds would the county be able to use? So this bill actually has a hearing today. I think it's at 1:30. So we'll go back, we'll listen to the testimony, we'll ask our lobbyists what testimony was provided and whether or not there's any clarification as to how this program would work. So that's SB 281.
Board? Any public comment on this one?
Yeah.
I don't see any. Want to make a motion? Is that what you want to talk about? Go.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say, kind of get the feeling from the rest of you, I just think it's bad public policy.
I do too.
And so I think we should oppose it. Not even though it doesn't impact us, I think it's bad public policy to start taking your taxes and saying, I want to mitigate that we passed a tax and go pay it to vendors out of some other funding source. I'm like, what other funding source? That means you're taking it from the general fund because everything else is restricted funding. So I just think it's bad public policy, and we should just make that statement and oppose it.
I got a couple lights up here. Who was first? Stacy?
I agree with you. I think that it opens a really crazy door about anti-competition, and where does that stop? And number two, that you can't use the gas tax to pay for it is really crazy, because then there's no nexus between making that competitive payment and the reason for it. So no, it's bad policy, and I'm against it. I agree.
Brad?
Yeah, I agree with both of your comments, and in fact, it would place us in a situation where we're rewarding certain businesses for their choice of location. So we're picking winners and losers. So I would think that it would lead to a proliferation of gas stations along the border, because it gives them the competitive advantage now, because they get to charge the higher price, collect that profit, and then get a rebate in addition to that. So I don't get this bill at all.
Yeah, there are two of them like this.
Ditto to all of that.
All right. Public comment? I didn't hear any. John, I'm sorry, did I step on that?
I said ditto to everything everybody said so far.
We'll entertain a motion to oppose this bill and its companion bill. I can't remember the number. There's another one that does this, about the same thing, right?
I'll have to look that up. I haven't read that one. This is the only one that I've read.
I know it's not here, but it's not a companion bill, but it's the same topic. If it's not on here, that's okay, but
It'll give them the idea what to do.
we'll entertain a motion to oppose Senate Bill 281 on the theory that, one, it's vague, but two, that it's contrary to good public policy.
I'll just second it. Sounds like a motion.
All right. There's a motion and a second. On the motion, discussion. There's a motion and a second. Nope, I didn't do that. I don't know how to do this up here, guys. All right, you record. On the motion, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried. You got that one? I know we're going to move pretty quick here. All right. Let's take up 18B, Bravo. This is, wait a minute. Okay, go back and we'll electronically do this.
So actually, on 18A, it's the mayor moving and me seconding.
Right. We got it? Okay. Electronics, I love it.
It's just delayed us, Stacy. There you go.
All right.
Yeah, it was Brad moving and he didn't make the motion.
All right, let's take up, we've already heard this one, all right. All right, let's take up item 18, Bravo. This is Assembly Bill 146 and Assembly Bill 296. They create the Nevada Office of Inspector General, with duties and powers that include auditing, investigation, performance review, designed to provide increased accountability and oversight of local government. It doesn't include any local funds for reimbursement of what we might have to do, and it seems to me like it duplicates our audit committee, our internal auditor, our fraud, waste, and abuse, and our CAFR. I mean, our outside independent auditors. So, but we'll listen to the debate.
I don't think you're going to get one.
No debate. Public comment? I don't see any. Entertain a motion. Somebody want to make a motion to oppose this?
Sure. I move to oppose AB 146 and AB 296.
Second.
Motion is second on the motion. Discussion? Hearing and seeing none. Wait till it comes up here. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried.
It's okay. The mover was Brad.
John, you're not there?
I'm not, I don't have it. I'm there all day.
Oh, man.
She'll fix that to Brad.
My votes don't count.
Your votes count. Look,
We got to do
you're
something
there.
about these.
You count.
City manager. I mean, we got to do something. All right. I won't get into it here. All right. Let's take up item 18, Charlie. This is possible action on Assembly Bill AB 344, prohibits a political subdivision from discriminating against or preventing certain uses of a telecommunications. We talked about this one earlier. Till we know more, my sense is that, we let things play out and we'd not support AB 344. That's what Tuesday, huh?
Just stay neutral.
For right now, I guess, stay neutral is fine. So that's okay with the board. I mean, we're going down the road that, regardless of what this, I shouldn't say it like that, but Brad?
Does it conflict with what we did
I think
this morning?
I think it does.
Yeah, I do too. So we would oppose this.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion that we oppose AB 344.
Second.
We get that one? Mayor motion. I don't usually like to do that, but I'll do it. Okay. There's a motion and there's a second the motion by me, second by who did it?
I did.
Supervisor Barrett. On the motion, all in favor? Before I ask that, public comment? All in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay. Passed. All right, let's take up 240. This is 18 Delta.
Planning.
AB 240 requires representatives of Carson City, Douglas, Lyon, Story County, and Washoe County to meet jointly for a specified period of time to identify issues and make recommendations regarding orderly management growth in their region, and to prepare and submit reports to the Legislative Commission. Why they want that? I'm sorry.
Mayor, if you want if you want a little bit of history on this, I can give you just a quick rundown.
Sure.
So last session, AB 153 sought to do the same thing as this bill does. It's modeled after the Clark County Regional Planning Coalition under the statute in NRS 278. So, this bill requires the 5 counties, Carson, Douglas, Lyon, Story, and Washoe, to meet jointly at least twice a year, talk about issues related to the orderly management of growth in the region, and then they must prepare and submit a report to the legislature. So at the meeting that happened, I want to say it was either this week or last week, Sparks, Washoe, Reno, and Fernley all testified in support. Steve Walker did testify on behalf of Carson City in neutral. This bill did get a due pass with that friendly amendment from Sparks, which is basically just to include the cities that were within, I believe it's Fernley and Sparks within the counties.
And Reno and Yerington.
And Reno and Yerington.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, again, one of the questions, it's not bad to get together to talk about issues and resolve stuff, so I don't want to go on the impression of that. But when I look at this actual legislation and even the amendment, you're looking at having 9 bodies and no structure in this bill whatsoever as to who initiates it, who has the responsibility to put the final report together, which of the 9. I mean, I think there's a lot of mechanics, and then what are the topics of discussion, because the way I read this, it makes us have to come to a conclusion and give a report that says, what are we going to do to fix whatever issue, unless I'm reading this wrong.
I think that's what it says.
So I don't know that, I just think having 9, because they added Fernley, Reno, Yerington, Sparks. And is the Clark County model, because again, geographically, it was Clark, Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, Henderson, and Boulder, right? So you have a very conducive planning and geographic area to address.
Correct.
What I really want to know is, what does Mr. Daly think is not going on or not happening that he's trying to remedy? I'm having a tough time. I listened to the whole testimony and I never heard him say what he thought was going wrong. So what is he trying to fix?
I can't tell you what he's thinking. I don't know.
I got 2 more lights up here. Who's you go, Brad?
So when you look at the sponsors on this, some of our local representatives are sponsors on this, which is a little disappointing to me. The problem with this bill is that Carson, Douglas, Lyon, Story, we already meet and do all of this stuff. There's a reason why we don't meet with Reno, Washoe, Sparks, because if we do, we're only going to talk about issues in Washoe County. That's why we get together with our surrounding counties and we talk about our issues. Our lines and doors are always open to Washoe. They don't respond unless they have a problem that they want to talk about, and they all the time get spent talking about their issues. And I guarantee you that if this passes, we're only going to talk about Washoe County problems.
And Steve did a really good job on the record by explaining that. We're doing a really good job by getting together. We talk. We have a regional transportation commission. We have water agreements. So there's really no reason for us to do anything more than what we're doing.
Plus, we're not getting reimbursed for the additional work that this is going to require. And frankly, I think it's ridiculous to think that if we put this report together and send it to the legislature, that they're actually going to read it, because they're not.
Or worse than that, what will they do with it?
Supervisor Barrett. John.
Having covered 3 legislatures and seen this one in action and written a column about it, I always looked at legislation from the standpoint of the top 3 things I saw as a problem. This is poorly crafted, unwieldy, and there's a hidden agenda I can't see because I'm too new here, but it's definitely in there somewhere. It wouldn't be to our benefit.
Public comment on this bill? I will tell you, if it passes, the first thing I'm going to raise is the homeless issue. You know, if they want to talk about regional problems, they better ink up to that. But my sense is, since Walker's already gone out and said neutral because we didn't get it up in time, is that we just remain neutral unless there's a change. But I think it's important that they make those in a neutral position, that they make the arguments that he's already made, that, you know, this bill doesn't do what you think it's going to do. That's my 2 cents anyway. You agree with that?
Well, it is out of, it was voted out with a...
It's already voted out?
Voted out of the
On the
committee.
Senate side. Well, yeah, it's not a full committee, but the Senate side.
Well, you can't change it. It's bad form to change your position from one house to the next. I mean, we'll just lose that one. So my sense is we remain neutral on this bill, see where it goes. That's my 2 cents, unless you guys want to do that. I mean, it puts the lobbyists in a bad position, because they're going to get asked, well, why didn't you raise this argument, or why didn't you testify in opposition when it was on the other side where you should have done it? That's my sense. But I think you can make the same concerns known even in a neutral position, although even that's a little touchy, but I think you can do that.
It's due pass out of government affairs. It hasn't passed the assembly, correct?
That's correct.
Just passed out of committee.
Just out of committee with the amendment from Sparks.
Right, to add the cities that are included in there.
Correct.
Okay, what do we want to do?
Well, I'll make a motion. I'll defer to your knowledge of the process, and I don't disagree with you about taking a different stance than we had our lobbyists already testify. So for the sake of argument, I'll move that we remain neutral on AB 240. See if we get a second.
I'll be happy to second that if we can instruct our lobbyists to, though, raise some of the concerns in our neutral testimony next time out.
I would accept that.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. Do I have it or not? I don't know.
Yeah, use the second.
Okay, on the motion discussion.
So I guess one of the things that when I listened to that hearing, I was disappointed, and I think when I heard Assemblyman Daley, he made it clear on the record that he didn't care if we had dissent. He would listen to any options to amend the bill, but he was not going to allow dissent. So I'm not sure, Bob, I think some maybe the governmental entities were forced into their position on the record, and I think that's bad government too.
Well, and I have listened to some testimony this year where, in general, they aren't listening to public opinion
At all.
And I've never seen that before at the legislature. They've always been very accommodating. I mean, I'm generalizing, but Daley is one of the ones that has not been willing to listen.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the motion discussion. Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Looks like it passed. Okay. All right. Let's take up the next one. AB, we've done 409. Let's take up the one that's listed under 18 golf. This is Senate Bill 388. Public records.
AB 324.
Oh, excuse me. Let's do E. Got so many of them here, I'm losing my brain. Okay. This is the statewide coordinator, Department of Public Safety. My sense, you talked to us about it, but I've talked to the cops. They're here. My sense is that this is not a bad bill. It's not a bad way to go because it'll allow for more funding for 911. Sheriff, you want to ink in?
Thank you, Sheriff. For the record, I'm not a voting member of the 911 surcharge committee. Thank you. I don't see the concept of it being horribly bad. Statewide coordinator is certainly something that could be used. And maybe I'm speaking up for you guys. I just don't like to see this bill being on your backs, that the community is funding a division out of the Department of Public Safety, and you really have no option in the way the bill is written as to whether or not you're going to do it. As it stands today, we still don't have a full year impact of the last 911 surcharge increase that we just did. And now it is a proposal that we'll come back to the table and do it all over again. I can tell you from my counterparts' views, this last surcharge allowance, which was an allowance, many of the counties opted out and they did not increase those 911 funds. So across the county's perspective around the state, there can be different opinions. But this bill would suggest to you that you don't have an alternative here. We will go back to the drawing board and fund a state division. And to that end, I hope I'm speaking up for you folks. I don't think that's fair.
Yeah. And I don't mean to, I heard when it was initially talked about it being a bill, I thought that, maybe I was talking to the state folks. But I'm not going to go around what you guys say. You're in the trenches, so, and we're in the money business. So, okay. Any public comment on this before we go back to the board?
So, Mayor, real quick, if I can just, for the record, just for public edification, I just want to mention that, so the state, the reason why they want to create the state 911 coordinator is because that's the only way that they will be allowed to apply for the 911 grant, the federal 911 grant. They have to have this coordinator in place. And so in order to have this coordinator, then they've got to ask the counties to impose, first they have a surcharge that would not exceed 75 cents each month on access or trunk lines for each customer of a telecom provider. Number two is the mobile telephone service provider to certain customers of that service. And number three, any internet protocol enabled service or voice over internet protocol service provided to certain customers in that service. That's only one piece of it. The other piece is that it would impose an excise tax on each retail sale of a prepaid cellular device by any retailer at a rate of 3% of the sales tax of the prepaid service. And then the third piece of it is that it requires the counties to impose a tax in any year that does not exceed 5 cents on each $100 of the gross receipt from the rental of transient lodging in the county. And then it provides for certain mechanisms for penalties for the telecom providers as well as the transient lodge companies.
Does that change anybody's opinion?
The transient.
I got some rights down here. Who's first? Go, then we'll come back.
I get that a lot of this was brought on by the FirstNet movement, which is a process that will create a public safety network across the country that the federal government is pushing and people in public safety have supported for years. It goes back to much before I retired. But FirstNet is necessary, but the federal government has made having a coordinator be a component of that FirstNet process. And I think that's fine, but I think they should fund it. I don't think we should fund it this way. The state has the ability to create a 911 surcharge coordinator. Yeah, they could fund it a lot of different ways. They could fund it through Homeland Security grant dollars, which I get is piecemeal. They could fund it in a lot of different ways. This will raise our local fee to $1.75. For anyone in Carson who has a cell phone, it'll be $1.75 because we're at $1 and this is going to be 75. We don't have a choice whether to levy these fees or not. And then we lose control of how we manage our 911 system.
And you would be allowed one coordinator. You could share a coordinator with another county. So there's going to be 17 or less coordinators.
Right. It requires every county to have a coordinator. Yes, you can share. But my sense of that is that there's and that coordinator then has to report to the state coordinator. So to me, that's a loss of local control over how we spend our 911 dollars. And to me, the sheriff and the fire chief and our 911 surcharge committee are in a better position to understand how we do that here. So I'm going to oppose this. Not the coordinator, just the process that they're going about to do it. I mean, they can fund it through, it's one position. They can fund it.
Just on that question before, Brad, wonder if it's possible to say we oppose this bill unless it's funded through the general fund of the state.
Or some other means, not
Other than putting on the backs. Okay.
Well, in maintaining, I think it's important that we maintain local control. That's the other thing that concerns me. That I feel like, they don't give us that much control to begin with because, Dylan ruled, but.
Okay, Brad.
So I had a couple of issues with this. First is the funding, including and especially the room tax. But more importantly, going to what Stacy was just talking about, it's just not the coordinator where we lose control on the actual, as a voting member of the committee, the 15 rural counties get one vote. They get one representative, which is the same voting membership as the Nevada Fire Chiefs Association, NV Energy, the Nevada System of Higher Education, and the Tribal Council for the 15 rural counties. So basically, Washoe and Clark County will control this committee. So how are we going to get our concerns heard when we have one member on the committee for 15 rural counties?
And this, not to interrupt you, but it's shocking to me that Assemblyman Ellison sponsored this. Because, it doesn't get much more rural than his district.
Okay. Any other comments? Anybody in the public? Why don't we take a motion to oppose?
As written.
As written.
That's the best.
Okay.
I move to oppose Assembly Bill 324 as written.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
On the motion and a second on the motion, further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay, carried. Okay, good discussion. All right, now let's take up, it's hard doing these things. Let's take up item, there we are. Okay.
We're having a tough time up here tracking.
Now let's take up item 18, golf. This is Senate Bill 388. Public Records, who's doing this one?
I'll do that, Mayor. So this is a bill sponsored by Senator Dennis. It was heard yesterday. There was similar support for and opposition of this bill. So the intent of the bill is to strengthen data privacy protections. Under current law, there's a presumption of openness. All public records are confidential unless otherwise deemed confidential by law, which is the Public Records Act. And RS Chapter 239 delineates a whole laundry list of what's considered confidential. Under this bill, a government entity that is the subject of a public records request, they can determine that the record's confidential if the record or portion of the record contains personal identifiable information. So the public entity would then be in control of, determining whether or not something's confidential based on if something contains personally identifiable information. So that could be, a word, that could be a picture, what have you. So then the disclosure if the disclosure could potentially create a negative consequence for that person to whom the information pertains, then they would deem it confidential. So one example is, that I can think of personally is the data from a body cam or perhaps information about the death of an individual that's within our control. So under this bill, in order to release a record that the governmental entity has determined is confidential because of the personally identifiable information, the governmental entity can do a balancing of interest and release the records if the requester demonstrates a compelling operational, administrative, legal, or educational justification, and that outweighs the risk of potential negative consequences to the person to whom the record pertains. The governmental entity has to prepare an annual report for the legislature with a detailed description of each record or portion of the record determined to be confidential, and an explanation of the reasons for that determination. And of course, that report cannot contain any personally identifiable information. So as it's written, it kind of, it turns the our sunshine law and our, presumption of openness on its head. But I understand just from listening to the testimony what Senator Dennis, who happens to be a data guy, was trying to do. So that was heard yesterday, and like I said, it was just equal, opposition and support for the bill.
Brad.
And so I understand the intent of this bill, and I don't have any objections to public records requests. However, I would oppose Section 1, subsection 4A, which Adriana talked about. On or before February 15th of each year, a governmental entity shall prepare a report that provides a detailed description of each record or portion of a record determined to be confidential pursuant to subsection 1 and an explanation of the reasons for that determination. I don't understand how we can even do that. Like, that would take weeks or months to do that if it's even possible.
Yes, and that was a testimony coming from the public records, people that were in charge of public records in different entities, because the burden is so high for them to, number one, they have to determine what they think would be detrimental to an individual if it got out. And that's kind of a subjective test. What may be detrimental to you, maybe it's not detrimental to me.
Right, but just putting the data together, I don't understand how you do that. How are you going to determine every single record that we have, look at it to see if there's something that is confidential in it, and then write a descriptor of it?
Right. Well, it's only on the determinations that we've made, that we've said this is confidential, and we keeping the confidentiality outweighs whatever your reason for having this information, so we're not going to give it to you. Then we would put that in a report and send it over to the legislature. I mean, it's still, for us, maybe it might not be as onerous as it is maybe Clark County, but it's still a burden.
My sense is that on these bills, if we had concerns, stay neutral on them. And then, if we have concerns, express it from the neutral position.
I was just going to answer the chief on. I'm just going to say, it's going to be you, so.
No, actually, I'd love to speak. This is Aubrey Rowlett, Clerk Recorder. The Recorders Association actually testified yesterday on this bill, and in the neutral position, we are concerned about the government entity having to make that determination. That's kind of outside of our realm. When you record a document in our office, the cover page asks if the document has personal identifiable information. So that's going to be up to that individual, and they could say yes, and then we wouldn't be able to record that document until it's redacted. So there's redaction. SB 79 in 2017 passed. So certain demographics qualify for redaction and certain do not. So there would be a little bit of a conflict there. As far as public records, it would be huge to maintain that list. Well, maybe with a further clarification, it wouldn't be as bad as I thought. But initially, that was my exact thought, is how would I ever come up with this list to provide once a year? It would require additional staff hours, additional staff.
It's a good point. In other words, the determination of confidentiality is not just one where there's a public records request, but there's a confidentiality issue with respect to what people record.
Correct. No, recorders weren't, it didn't touch 247, which is the NRS for recorders, but on the broad scope of a public record, it's up to interpretation as to whether we would fall under that. So our concern when we testified yesterday was that it puts the determination on our office possibly to determine whether or not we can record that document.
Okay. My sense is still that we stay neutral and express our concerns with the bill, but from a neutral position.
Second.
Okay, I'll make that motion. We get that one? I'll make the motion. Second by Supervisor Giomi. Got it? Okay. Discussion on the motion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right. Let's now take up Senate Bill 398. This is 18 hotel, affordable housing. Who's doing this one?
Now I'm on.
All right, you're up.
This is SB 398, Senator Ratty, and this bill adds to the definition of matters of local concern. It adds the development or redevelopment of affordable housing in the county or any action taken by the county to ensure the availability of affordable housing. It also allows for the board to accept payment in lieu of the performance of an obligation imposed by ordinance of the board. So this would allow the city to adopt an ordinance requiring that maybe a certain percentage of units in a development be set aside for affordable housing, or the developer could pay a fee in lieu to the city and to allow the city to be able to fund affordable housing. This is not mandated. It's up to, each county to decide. And there was much support from Southern Nevada local governments and opposition by the various builders associations.
By the various who?
Builders associations.
A fee. They're concerned about new fees that local governments would do for the payment in lieu's. If they don't want to do affordable, we'll charge them $1,000 or something in lieu.
And many of them don't want to, so then they'd be faced with paying it.
Mm-hmm. It's just permissible.
My sense is on this one as well is, affordable housing is a big issue. We need to address it somewhere, and I think we run counter to that if we just come out and out deny or oppose something that's trying to address the issue. But I think we ought to, on the last one, stay neutral with the instructions to our folks over there that, they express our concerns about this.
Yeah, this plays into the same thing I said about the Reno, Washoe, blah, blah, blah. And many of these laws, I read these things and I go, who's writing this stuff? They're just poorly crafted.
I'll comment on one, though. Actually, I'd like to comment a little bit. I've been working on the housing task force for a while. It's permissible language, and sometimes the developer actually wants some concessions for the city on some properties. And so I'm not adverse to having the opportunity to do an in lieu of, because they want something also in exchange. And this way we'd have the opportunity to do it. Without it, we can't. So I think neutral is fine. I don't have any reservations because it gives us the authority to create our own ordinance and decide what we do or don't want to do. They're not forcing us to do anything.
I don't disagree. I'm talking about the writing of the proposed bills. They're atrocious. They're atrociously badly done.
Stacy?
Yeah, I actually take it a step further. We always talk about having rights at the local government level and be given rights, and this is an opportunity for us to have a right that we can exercise after public hearings or after public discussion. Or I don't think we should pass up an opportunity to let the legislature know we'd like to have local control whenever possible, and this is giving us local control. It doesn't mandate we do anything. It's just permissive language that allows us to do something. So I'm going to move that we support SB 398.
Okay. Brad?
Yeah, I was okay with remaining neutral on this. I don't know that I can supporting it. I understand the argument that we should take every opportunity to gain local control, but I think we get that even if we remain neutral. So if the motion is going to be to support it, I'm going to vote against that. If the motion is to remain neutral on it, then I'll support that.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I did.
Is second? Okay. Discussion on the motion?
Yeah, I got a lot of problem with this. Not that I think it's a bad approach. It's just a bad bill that has to be redone. So it's tough for me to support something that's a piece of trash.
All right. We have a motion and a second on the motion.
Aye.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay. What is it, 2-2?
3-2.
3-2.
Okay.
It can't be 2-2. Unless someone didn't vote.
All right.
3-2?
All right, I'm going to do yes. That's fine. All right. All right. Passes. We're going to support. All right. Let's take up the next one. Senate Bill 340, Public Works.
All right.
Do we have a Public Works Department?
Just a small one.
Not when this gets done.
So this adds that a worker who delivers or removes materials, structures, or equipment to or from the site of a public work shall be deemed to be employed on the public work. In other words, this would require delivery drivers from, say, Home Depot, the lumber company, or Western Nevada Supply to be paid prevailing wage.
UPS.
And they'd have to UPS driver, and they'd have to prepare certified payroll reports.
They won't deliver to local government anymore. Right.
Surcharges,
Delivery surcharges.
How can you possibly comply with this with a UPS driver?
I don't know.
I mean, any public work job that Public Works does that has something delivered by FedEx or UPS, they're not going to be able to.
Yeah, the plans were delivered. It's crazy. Oppose.
Public comment? I think we motion to oppose. Let's see where it goes.
Yep. I move to oppose SB 340.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to oppose SB Senate Bill 340. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. All right, not coming up here just yet. All right. Unanimous. Okay. Let's take up, where am I now? Senate Bill 263, relating to regulation and taxation of certain vapor products and tobacco products. You doing this one, Nancy?
All right, this is the one Nikki's been waiting for with her grandkids. So this would require vapor products to be taxed and regulated as other tobacco products, with the proceeds of the tax restricted to carry out programs for tobacco prevention and treatment and other public health needs. The tax would be 30% of the wholesale price of the products.
Comment.
So I actually watched this 2.5 hour, every single bit of it, and I think that the goals and what they want to accomplish are on the right path. I'm not sure, again, that the actual crafting of the bill is necessarily that correct, and it's not the same as saying I'm putting a 30% tax on the wholesale like a cigarette, because that's a fixed item. So you get a pack of cigarettes that has 20 in the package. I listened to all the different types of other tobacco products are sold. So I'm not sure there's a fair taxation there to look at the concentration, and one bottle had 15 times the tobacco that this one did, yet it would pay 4 cents and this guy would pay $16. So I'm okay with us maybe supporting, but recognizing it needs a little bit of amendment. I don't want to just on its surface say it's written well, because I don't think that it is.
Nikki, go ahead.
Nikki Aker, Director, Carson City Health and Human Services, and I know that was a lot of the question that was asked, and they're looking at that, and Senator Ratty indicated, there's going to be amendments on this. And I'm here to answer any other questions that I may have answers for.
If I can make a comment, it does do something else too, which gets into everything we've been talking about. Cigarette taxes currently come into our general fund and the local government makes a decision on how we're going to spend it. This one actually will take that tax and force us to, I heard that they're working on an amendment to change it to 80% would go to the health districts and 20% would stay at the state level. So it is again changing the taxing authorities within a local government, and the good part is they're going to give 80% of it back to us, but they're also going to force us to do cessation programs and tobacco programs. It's not going to be a general fund revenue to the city.
And that's my objection to the objection to the bill.
Only if they amend it.
Yeah, if
one at a time. So
sorry, go ahead.
Stacey, you're up. Go.
Yeah, that was my objection to it. I just again think if we're gonna, I would support it. I think I agree with the concept of it, provided that the amendments happen that make it more definable. But I would really like to see the money come to the general fund and have us make a decision as to what we're going to do with it, just like cigarette taxes. It's no different.
Even if they amended it as a poorly crafted bill, and will stay poorly crafted, because you're right. They got too many strings attached, as usual.
All right. Not certain where we want to go on this one. Somebody want to try a motion?
Can I also just add some clarification? So Senator Ratty, when she wrote this, there's also another bill out there, the AB 97, which is the Public Health Improvement Fund, and which has no appropriation to it right now. And Senator Ratty being on the Washoe County Board of Health, that's why it is written the way it is about going towards public health and that Public Health Improvement Fund. And then those funds would be used based on our priorities in the community health needs assessments. That 20% that would go to the state is also for the tobacco program. And then some of those funds, after they finance what they need to at the state, would filter back down to us to do cessation.
Go.
I'm trying to remember from the hearing too is so you have to be a board of health, right, or a district, so it would only be Clark, Washoe, and Carson City, or are they going to fix it that all the counties would get a distribution?
How AB 97 works, and it would, because they're turning that in this bill also. So yes, you have to have a health authority. It's not just a board of health; it's a health authority. So we've got 3 in the state of Nevada. And we provide public health services under our health authority or our health department. The state provides those services in the other counties. So a portion would go to the state for public health services in those other counties.
Yeah, that means they're not getting their own cigarette tax. Yeah.
I don't know. Sounds like we ought to stay neutral on this until we figure out who's doing what on the amendments to the bill.
Agree.
Yeah, motion's in order.
I move we stay neutral on SB 263.
Second.
Okay. All right. On the motion discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. All right. Let's take up the last one on our morning meeting, non-action item 19, Board of Supervisors. We've done legislative matters already, future agenda items. Talked to the city manager about it. Status review of projects. Do we need to talk about that now?
I had some other bills that I was going to go over under legislative.
True.
Yeah. All right, so the first one is AB 345, and it's pretty similar to AB 137 and SB 123. This is the same day voter registration. This bill is sponsored by the Speaker and 3 other legislators. It extends the deadline for registering to vote by computer, and it authorizes a person to register to vote in person for a primary or general election on the day of the election. And no hearing has been set on this bill, but this we're figuring would have a significant fiscal impact, estimated at $300,000. Oh yeah, Aubrey's jumping in.
Hi, Aubrey again, Clerk Recorder. So the committee hearing's been set on AB 345 for Tuesday afternoon at 4 o'clock. We've been working, the county clerks and registrars have been working with the Speaker to get an amendment to this bill. I haven't seen the amendment wording. AB, just to kind of take back, AB 137, which was an original same-day registration bill, has basically been gutted. It is down to just allowing polling places on the tribal Indian reservations and colonies. If they requested at one election, it would then have to be there for every election after. So that bill has changed significantly. AB 345 is the big bill, and that's the one that they believe same-day registration will go through. I have a lot of concerns with it personally, but I'm waiting to see the amendment language on that.
Any other, Nancy?
I was just going to update on the ward voting. You voted to oppose that at the last, well, we didn't have to vote because we'd already decided we were opposed to it. So the bill is now expected to be amended to apply based on population, so it doesn't affect all the cities. And the hearing was held last week, and there was a lot of opposition. Assemblyman Spiegel, that is heading the measure, she didn't realize that there were so many cities and counties that were affected. So we'll monitor and continue to oppose this bill.
You haven't seen an amendment on that yet, though, have you?
Tragic. Yeah.
Okay.
Way to research your bill.
Yeah. You said there was opposition opposition to the ward voting, correct? Not opposition to our statements.
Right, to the ward voting. It's
So
mostly
supporting our
Henderson.
position.
Yeah, Henderson, and then the mayor testified.
Great, thank you.
All right. Any other ones?
I got just a few more.
That's all right.
Okay. AB 379, local authority. This bill is sponsored by Assemblyman Daley, and it seeks to prohibit a board of county commissioners from exercising any power or right granted to the state by federal law or regulation without express statutory authority. NACO and our lobbyists are researching what this bill seeks to do, because as written, the counties would then not be required to implement any programs that are passed down by the state that federal law requires the state to implement. Yeah.
I think I just found my hidden agenda.
Yeah.
That's not a bad bill. What's wrong with that one? Jam it. Jam it back. Back up.
Next is AB 388, taxation of large equipment. This bill proposes to exempt personal property taxes on certain heavy equipment used for construction and industrial purposes that is owned by a person engaged in the business of renting or leasing such equipment. The industry's concern is that they are treated differently than the retailers who do not get the exemption. This bill was last heard, and the Assessors Association was opposed to the bill. The stakeholders are working on amendment and will meet with the association. The NACO 911 bill. Let's see. Yeah, so the Nevada Taxpayer Association proposed an amendment that the county be required to hire an independent auditor and report the findings to the advisory committee. And then NACO proposed an amendment to address concerns from the telecom providers about the frequency of the audits. So it would limit the number of audits.
What?
It would limit the number of audits to be performed.
Like once a year?
Well, it was like upon, passage of the bill, and then if there was a change to the 5-year plan. And so you can do one every 6 months.
I think part of their concern was that they could be facing 17 audits because each county has the ability to audit. So, that makes a little bit of sense.
Is that it? More?
Yeah.
More? Or?
There's more.
Huh?
These guys are going ahead.
There's a few more. So affordable housing, SB 103, this bill is permissive and not mandatory and authorizes local governments to reduce or subsidize impact fees, fees for the issuance of building permits, and fees imposed for the purpose for which an enterprise fund was created, requiring a governing body to make a determination that reducing or subsidizing the fees will not adversely impair the ability of the governing body to pay, outstanding bonds and such. That's, all right. So an amendment was introduced requiring local governments to, by ordinance, define criteria that affordable housing development must meet. The bill passed committee with the amendment. There's another public records. Did we talk about SB 287? This clarifies records that must be made available to the public to inspect, eliminates the authority of the governmental entity to charge an additional fee for providing copies of the records. It clarifies timelines in which requests must be answered. This bill was heard on Wednesday of this week. There was as much opposition as there was support, and the main concern for this is the penalties for public entities on not providing the information timely. There's the veteran SB 386 and AB 436, the veteran tax exemptions. I think the assessor met with Settlemyer on SB 386, and I think after that conversation, he was okay with the bill. He didn't think there'd be a large fiscal impact because we're already providing a lot of the exemptions currently. AB 436, this bill provides that veterans who served in the National Guard for 6 years or more would be exempt. It had a hearing on Tuesday, and Assemblyman Wheeler introduced a conceptual amendment to the bill that clarifies that these exemptions would apply to all veterans. And this could potentially cost the city over $300,000 in revenue.
Nancy, are those ones property tax and or motor vehicle?
Right.
Because the veteran gets to select their option of which
Right.
exemption they take, because it's worth more on your car.
Yeah, so we did the fiscal impact based on everyone electing, the number of veterans in Carson City versus the ones that are already getting it. And then we assumed that they would take the DMV exemption because that was a little higher.
So they don't have to have a disability anymore, is what you're saying that the bill does? Because currently you have to have a percentage of a disability as a
Right.
veteran. So now they're
Now
just
this
going to
would
say
apply to
all
all
veterans. Wow, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You should look at it.
AB 436. SB 465 is the redevelopment funding for the school districts. We talked about that a little bit earlier. We already give the school district 43 cents of the tax rate for their debt service. This would then, the board, it would depend, the board could make the decision and to adopt a resolution. And then we'd have to give the 75% or 75 cents of the tax rate also to the school district. To the city right now, that's over $500,000. The sponsor did offer to put a population cap in of 500,000, but no one took him up on that offer.
I think Senator Keycaffer said he was going to check, and I don't know if I have a response yet on that, but I think we should take him up on it. I think Mr. Seegerbloom should win the day with his population exemption. So maybe we want to bring that back so we can support it with an amendment.
Okay.
All right. The other ones, the diesel tax, no action has happened on that, the SB 48. And so we'll continue to bring updates on that. The prevailing wage, EB 190, Assemblyman Daley said he would put back the 90% on the schools for the prevailing wage, but other than that, it was going to go through the legislature. And we have already voted to oppose that one. And I think that is it.
Okay. Any board members' comments? Anybody? Mr. DA, you got any comments back there? What are you doing laying low? Anybody? This afternoon, if we make it at 4:30, we're going to be cutting a ribbon at the new skilled nursing and rehab facility on Mountain Street, 4:30. Okay. Anything else before we adjourn till 1:30? Anybody?
Oh, just the new Nissan car dealership said yesterday that they should be open by November 1st. Yeah, pretty quick construction.
Pretty quick. Anybody else? Sheriff, want to weigh in? You okay? You guys, please. All right. All right. All right. Anything else we need to talk about before we break for lunch? We okay? Everybody? All right. So let's stand in recess until 1:30 when we'll take up the contested appeal. call the meeting of the Board of Supervisors back to order. It's just about 1:32. We're on item number 20, 20 Alpha. This is for discussion and possible action regarding an appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to approve a special use permit, SUP 18-181 from extended stay, maximum 180 days RV park on property zone tourist commercial located at 1400 Old Hot Springs Road, APN 008-123-40. We're going to get started here. Let me read this, and everybody listen up on this one. This is kind of how the proceeding is going to go today. We're going to proceed in the following order. Staff over here will present a summary of the appeal and the Planning Commission decision on a special use permit and take any questions from the board. The appellant will present its arguments in support of the appeal and take any questions from the board. And I understand the appellant is Tammy. Where's Tammy? Is she? Lubitsch?
Oh, I guess that's me. I'm actually Heather Reese. I'll be standing in for my mom. She can't be here.
Okay, so you're, okay, we'll take, all right. The applicant will then may present arguments in rebuttal to the appeal and take any questions from the board. After these presentations, the board may ask additional questions of the appellant, applicant, or staff. Once all testimony is concluded, the board will make a decision on the appeal, which may include granting the appeal and denying the special use permit, denying the appeal and affirming the decision of the Planning Commission, or denying in part and granting in part the appeal and modifying the decision of the Planning Commission. And just kind of expanding on that a little bit, this is a contested appeal from a Planning Commission. It's made on the record of the Planning Commission. That's what we said. It's not a new hearing for everybody to represent their case, whether the appellant or otherwise. So we're here to listen to why you think, and this I'm talking to the appellant now, believes that the decision of the Planning Commission was an error. But it's based on the record that was presented before the Planning Commission. We don't generally allow public comments on this because it's a contested hearing, and we don't want either party to be prejudiced by comments that weren't necessarily made at the Planning Commission, and besides that, it can work adversely against either the applicant, the appellant, or the other side of that. So if you want a few minutes to talk about that, we can, but otherwise, what was your first name back there? Tammy's daughter? Heather. Heather, okay. All right. So you'll be up when it goes. Yeah. Okay. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I would also like to make a comment relative to the special use permit and with the board's approval
to come to the
conjunction with Tammy's daughter.
I couldn't hear all the way back there. Come on up and use the microphone.
I'm Phil Ware, and is it working? Okay.
Yeah, it's on.
Okay.
It's on.
I just request an opportunity to make a comment or two relative to the special use permit and its appeal. Tammy couldn't be here, and so she asked both of us, her daughter and myself, if we would address the board with our concerns.
Okay. We generally don't do that, but today, for you two, we'll do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Do that. All right. Okay.
To represent her.
Right. And for the record, we're just showing her letter, and it says you're going to be here, and Heather and you are going to be here, so that's fine. That's perfect. Okay. Okay. We're ready to start. Any other questions? Okay. Go.
Heather Ferris, Associate Planner, for the record. This matter was before the Planning Commission at their January 30th, 2019 meeting. The Planning Commission approved the special use permit. However, on April 8th, 2019, the Planning Division received an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval. So before I get into the details of the project, Deputy DA Ben Johnson would like to speak about the appeal and some of the legalities with that.
Thank you, Ms. Ferris. Ben Johnson, Deputy District Attorney for the record. I just wanted to go over the legal framework for the board and how to proceed under appeal under the CCMC. So the first issue that you have to consider is standing. CCMC 18.02.060 subsection 4 says that any aggrieved party may file an appeal provided that they participated in the administrative process prior to filing the appeal. The appellant in this case, Ms. Lubitch, was present during the Planning Commission meeting on January 30th, 2019, and she made public comment in addition to submitting a letter, so I do not believe that there are any issues involving standing at this time. The second issue for you to consider is the standard of review, and this is basically how you determine whether or not to uphold or overturn the decision of the Planning Commission. So at this level, what you're looking at is substantial evidence. Was there substantial evidence to support the conclusion made by the Planning Commission? And substantial evidence is defined as that evidence which a reasonable mind or a reasonable person might accept is adequate to support a conclusion. So at the Planning Commission, they have to find 7 findings of fact by a preponderance of the evidence. And that means that there's more evidence weighing in favor of the fact than against. And so if you find that the Planning Commission did have substantial evidence or in order to make a finding that it was in preponderance of the evidence, you can uphold the appeal. So essentially under this standard, you're not putting yourself in the place of the Planning Commission. You're not doing a de novo review where you're considering everything new. So it's not what you would have decided at the Planning Commission. It's whether or not their decision was supported by substantial evidence. We believe that there is substantial evidence. The mitigating factors and conditions that were presented to the Planning Commission were made in order to find the necessary findings of fact. So we believe that the decision is supported by substantial evidence. Next, you would look at the issues for appeal. Issues that aren't addressed at the public hearing stage are not really grounds for appeal. So if the issue was new here, it wasn't raised down below. The CCMC says that unless there's substantial new evidence that has become available that wasn't available at the Planning Commission stage, you should disregard it unless there's proof that the evidence was not available. And the reason I bring that up is because you do have late material from the appellant that does include arguments and information that was not presented at the Planning Commission. So if you find that the appellant has shown that it wasn't available and there's reason why it's now available, you can consider it. Otherwise, I would suggest that you disregard. And then finally, as far as the grounds for appeal, the appellant is not saying that she didn't receive notice of the SUP hearing. She was within the noticing district or the noticing area, and she did receive notice. She had an opportunity to be heard. She doesn't claim that there were any procedural irregularities or that the Planning Commission didn't have authority to issue the SUP. And there's also no specific allegations that the findings weren't made with a preponderance of the evidence. So based on this, we believe that the mitigating conditions that were implemented are sufficient and there's substantial evidence to support the findings of the Planning Commission.
Thanks, Ben. So the special use permit, as you've noted, is for an RV resort with 277 spaces and amenities with a maximum stay of 180 days. The parcel is zoned tourist commercial, which allows for RV parks with a maximum stay of 30 days as a primary permitted use. However, a special use permit is required for extended stays beyond the 30 days to a maximum of 180 days. A similar project was approved by the Planning Commission in 2016, and that included 215 RV spaces for extended stays. That approval was also appealed. However, the applicant ultimately withdrew the application prior to the board hearing the appeal. The parcel is approximately 38 acres in size. You can maybe see a little bit on the screen there. Over the years, there's been grading on the property, which has created an elevated area in the eastern portion of the property. Additionally, the entire site is slightly higher in elevation than the surrounding properties. The properties to the north and east are vacant and owned by the city and the airport authority. The property immediately east of the project site and west of the end of the runway will remain as open space as runway safety. To the south is the Hot Springs Resort, as well as vacant property. And to the west, we have the neighboring single-family residences. A little bit about the proposal. The RV resort would include full water, sewer, and electric service for the RV spaces. Amenities would include a clubhouse, general store, caretaker's residence, fitness center, restrooms, showers, laundry facility, walking paths, and bocce ball courts. And this would be developed in 3 phases. This is just an example of the proposed buildings on the site. This is the management office and the check-in building and general store. So I'm going to go over a list of issues and concerns that were raised during the Planning Commission meeting, and some of these issues were also raised in the letters from the appellants dated February 8th and April 2nd. I've addressed some of those issues in my memo dated April 3rd, and you should have that in front of you as well. So we heard a lot from residents that this was a high-density development. The density is actually well below the allowed maximum density for RV parks. The municipal code limits the total density of an RV park to not more than 30 RV spaces per acre. With the project site being 38.61 acres and their proposal for 277 spaces, the total density is 7.17 spaces per acre. So again, well below that 30 maximum. Another issue we heard a lot about is the length of stay and enforcement. Carson City Municipal Code 18.04.140 allows recreational vehicle parks, as I stated before, in tourist commercial for a maximum stay of 30 days as a primary permitted use. The 180-day stay does require the special use permit. Per city code, a 180-day stay is considered transient for the purposes of land use. Transient dwelling purposes is defined as the continual rental of an RV space or spaces to the same person for a period not to exceed 28 days short term or 180 days extended stay. Excuse me. During the Planning Commission meeting, there was some discussion about the difficulties in enforcing the limits, the time limits in RV parks. There's no routine program for enforcement. However, enforcement officers have handled complaints in the past. And since the special use permit is specifically for the extended stay, if tenants stay longer, that's technically a violation of the special use permit, and the special use permit could be subject to revocation proceedings. But I would note that it's no more difficult to enforce the 180-day stay than it is the 30-day time limit. The transient occupancy tax. RV parks are required to pay transient lodging tax as it applies. So generally for shorter stays, 28 days or less, where the transient occupancy tax would apply, the operator would be required to collect the tax. For longer stays, longer than 28 days, the tax would not apply. One of the bigger issues that we heard about was the airport, proximity to the airport and safety. I want to assure you that prior to the Planning Commission meeting, staff worked with the airport manager to incorporate conditions of approval that the airport felt helped to mitigate safety concerns. These conditions include requirements for FAA review with a 7460-1 form, recordation of a navigation and noise easement, installation of signage, notifying the guests that they're in the proximity of low-flying aircraft and the associated noise, implementation of a notification process for the guests, and submittal of a refuge and disposal plan for review and approval by the airport manager to mitigate the potential for an increase in bird population and possible bird strikes. Ken Moan, the airport manager, is also here, and he may be able to answer any specific questions you guys have about that. And then finally, light pollution. Condition 13, I skipped the fencing, excuse me. Buffer and fencing. So the city municipal code requires a 20-foot buffer around the entire site. The buffer provided between the nearest RV space and the western boundary is a minimum of 100 feet as designed. The uses within the buffer area will include drainage, landscaping, and storage. There's no walking paths or recreational amenities provided in that location. Additionally, condition 12 requires the installation of a 6-foot tall site obscuring fence or wall, as well as vegetative screening along that western boundary, and that would have to be installed with phase 1. And then finally, light pollution. Condition 13 requires exterior lighting to be consistent with the lighting plan that was submitted. We heard a lot of concerns from neighboring property owners that the lighting would interfere with their night skies. Also, there was some concern on behalf of the airport with regard to the lighting. A lighting and photometric plan was submitted, showing that all lighting would be contained on site. The types of lights that are being proposed are directed downward and will not allow for light pollution onto adjacent properties or into the night sky. So one more time, as we've discussed several times now, an RV park with stays of 30 days or less is a primary permitted use in the tourist commercial zoning district. A special use permit is only required in the event the applicant wishes to offer extended stays, longer than 30 days, up to a maximum of 180 days. Therefore, the Planning Commission's approach, and staff's approach as well, to the review of this project was to evaluate the difference in the impact of the 30-day stay versus the extended stays. And when considering issues such as traffic, noise, privacy for neighboring residences, proximity to the airport, etc., there's no additional impact of an extended stay beyond the impacts realized by a 30-day stay. There are 7 findings of fact that the Planning Commission must make in the affirmative in order to approve a special use permit. The Planning Commission made all 7 findings in the affirmative as detailed in the staff report and approved the special use permit on a 4-2 vote subject to 31 conditions of approval. As Ben stated, the Board of Supervisors may deny the appeal, uphold the Planning Commission's approval, modify the conditions of the Planning Commission, or approve the appeal and deny the special use permit. With that, I'm available for questions.
Questions to staff? Supervisor Bagwell, go. Did you have?
I do. So just in general, I thought I just heard you say that you found that there's no mitigating difference between 30 days and 180 days, that you didn't find any impacts between the difference. So then the question really just begs itself then why does it need a special use permit if there's no difference between a 30-day impact and a 180-day impact?
I don't think she said there's not a difference, but I think that in their consideration of it, I mean, they were looking at the difference between that and are the impacts generally the same? Yes. I just, in looking back to history, I mean, of the 180-day stay thing, this only occurs in tourist commercial, and it dates back and follows the zoning code for tourist commercial for a long time, predating the 2002 update that we had. So there's no further guidance in the code as to how to regulate these any different than 30 days either. So it's just that when it becomes the 188-day stay in tourist commercial, which is also very limited to this area, it requires this discretionary review where that you have the ability to consider the additional impacts that a 180-day stay would have.
So can you help me in the definition of the 180 days? Is that one spot, one RV, 180 days, they exit one day and come back 180? Where's the definitional? What 180
the code
days?
isn't really clear on that.
I didn't think so either. So
that's part of the reason there's.
But we could
some
condition
issues with
something in here then,
enforcement.
because that is a part of the appeal. So we could specify something like 180 days in the park, and then you must exit 30 days before you can come back.
I believe because that's really the crux of what the special use permit is about, is the length of stay, that you would have the discretion to do that.
Thank you.
Following up on Lori's comments, I would suspect that requiring the special use permit has to do with the collection of the room tax. So it's an allowed use for 30 days, at which point room tax is collected, correct? 28, but still. But if it's going to exceed that, then it can be up to 180 days, but now you're not collecting the room tax. I would agree with staff that the actual impacts are no different for a 30-day stay and 180-day stay. Occupied is occupied. Doesn't matter if you have 6 30-day stays or 180-day stay. The traffic, light, usage are all going to be the same. So to me, it just comes down to collection of the room tax.
The vote of the Planning Commission was 4-2 and 1 absent.
One was vacant
One
at
was
the time.
vacant. If you could just, for the record, highlight what the 2 no votes are about. What was their reasoning?
I believe Commissioner Tingle voted no. She cited some concerns with impacts to wildlife as well as impacts to neighboring property owners. She didn't get extremely specific on what those concerns were or what those impacts were. And Commissioner Borders also voted no, and I believe he's actually cited his reasoning in the minutes.
Make finding number 1.
And he couldn't make finding number 1.
All right. Other questions of staff? Anybody? All right. Phil or Heather, want to come up? Probably both of you come up.
I apologize. I'm kind of hard of hearing. You did just invite us up to speak.
I did.
Right? Okay.
And don't worry about it. I'm hard of hearing too, so you and I can shout at each other.
Or we can share hearing aids.
Or we can share hearing aids. That's
Okay.
good. All right.
Okay, Heather, I believe wanted to speak first, or not necessarily?
I think you should go first.
Okay. All right. Would like to address the comments that this Heather just made. And the first is the density. We started out with a density of 215, and then now it's up to 277. And I guess I missed what allowed them to bump up density from 215 to 277. That's about a 25% increase. And then the person that's marketing the site out of a broker out of San Diego is saying there may be up to 400 units allowed. And then, of course, the maximum density, as Heather just said, exceeds 1,100. So if it's easy to shift the density around like that, I'm wondering how hard and fast is this allowed density? That's the first issue. And then relative to the special use permit, up to 180 days, we feel that it exacerbates an already recognizable risk from the aviator perspective and the traveling public perspective. We know it's within about 25 or 2,600 feet of the end of the runway, so there's some real risk there that I would like, to recognize and have everybody understand. And we believe that allowing strictly from an actuarial perspective, allowing some RV to stay in one spot for 6 months is more likely, from a probability perspective, to be involved if there is a catastrophic airplane event that occurs. So from that perspective, risk is elevated as a result of the 180-day extended stay. Would like to read real quick from a consultant broker who sells and consults relative to RV park development. A common myth is...
Bill, was this presented at the Planning Commission? This one here that you're reading about?
Again, please.
I'm sorry, let me get up closer here. Was this, what you're about to read, was that part of the record in front of the Planning Commission?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right.
As I understand the question.
Right.
I don't know. I wasn't present at the last one. I was ill and was unable to attend.
Don't worry. I mean, we have formal rules how we deal with this, but I don't want you to be intimidated by rules either. So
okay.
I'm sure that Ben, or the DA here, will make a noise if he thinks that there's something being brought in that we need to ask you, why wasn't it brought in? That's just, as he said at the beginning. So I didn't mean to interrupt you, but please proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
A campground short-term overnight business may even suffer if it is occupied by too many monthlies or seasonals. Seasonals expect to pay even less for their sites than most monthlies are willing to pay. They can become organized and even militant. And then another common myth, the myth that monthly and seasonal campers are the easiest and best customers is easily disputed. Again, this is from a risk perspective. This is not a business observation, although it can be applied to both. As stated earlier, most of the monthlies are not camping for recreation. They're looking for monthly rates that are normally very reduced from what the same site would rent for on a short-term overnight basis. They usually do not purchase things from the campground store, and sometimes things can get out of hand. Open parentheses, number of people living in an RV, accumulated junk cars, equipment, etc. Just wanted an official recognition of that risk and how it impacts the neighborhood and the total risk level. Okay, and then finally, I appreciate all the risk mitigation and working with the airport board, but there's no way to mitigate against risk from a catastrophic airplane accident. We believe a 6-month stay exacerbates risk from like I said earlier, from a mere actuarial perspective, meaning again, if you're there for 6 months, you're more likely to experience any negative impact as opposed to, say, a week to a month. Just the mere fact that you're there longer. And that's all I'd like to say.
Isn't the residents to the west of the proposed RV park?
Yes, sir.
They're subject to the same risk, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to turn the mic over to Heather.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As said before, I'm Heather Weiss. I'm standing in for Tammy Lubitsch, my mom. She has written out a letter for me to read. I will read that and answer any questions to the best of my ability. Anything I don't know or can't seem to come up with an answer for, I will turn over to Phil. I apologize for not being able to be there myself, or be here myself. My daughter Heather is standing in for me due to the fact that I could not get off work for a 1:30 meeting. I want to point out that an RV stands for recreational vehicle, which per NRS 40.215 states a recreational vehicle means a vehicle structure primarily designed as temporary living quarters for travel, recreational, or camping use. A recreational vehicle park is an area or tract of land where lots are rented or held out for rent to accommodate a recreational vehicle overnight or for less than 3 months. Having RVs stay for 180 days is making this park a permanent living area. This is not what a recreational vehicle is for. Recreational vehicle is to travel, stay for a short period of time, visit sites, and move on. If the 180-day stay is approved, they only have to move out for 1 night and back for another 180 days, as it is not designed or defined in anywhere that they can leave for 30 days, they can leave for a month, or they could leave for 12 hours as long as they've checked out. So they can leave their cars, their pre-built decks that attach to an RV and come back. I know this is something she's very adamant about, is what's 1 day in a year that you have to leave. I leave my house for as often as possible. I urge you to keep the RV resort an actual recreation vehicle, short-term property. I would also urge that the city and the airport authority look at the property and consider what is really a safe zone for the airport. You cannot tell me that if an airplane or pilot has problems, that they will only land or crash in the property to the north or the east that the airport has acquired. There has already been 1 plane crash in the same spot that this park is going. I remember that. I was 13 years old. It was awesome when you're 13. The property should have been acquired for the airport back in 1996, as was requested by the FAA manager at the time, John L. Pfeiffer, and sent to Mr. Neil Weaver, chairman of the airport authority. That is where she ends. She says, thank you very much for your time.
Okay. You want to go ahead.
So I know you're just standing in for your mother, but maybe as a consideration, because I'm mulling around an idea, I do think there is impact when people live in an RV for 180 days. It's different than 30 days. So I'm going to go on record and say I do think there is a difference, because I think when you're there 180 days, you bring more stuff because it's where you live. Where when you're vacationing, you don't bring near the stuff. So I'm wondering if we put a 30-day, because I agree we have some poor definitions in. So if we added a condition that allowed them the 180 days, but then they had to be out of the park for 30 days, because I think they would then have to clean up the whole site. And it remains in the nature that we intend for an RV park. So I'm just throwing that out there, that no, you're not getting 12 hours or paperwork that you just switch spaces, because that might go on too. You know, I'm in space 2, but now I'm in space 3, and does it start over on my 180 days if I just move space? So I'm kind of looking for what we can do to just to make sure that we keep the overall nature in place.
Well, I think another concern would be, what about the permanent property. Now, I actually live in Dayton, Nevada, and I can tell you about some of the recreational vehicle parks out there that are permanent stay areas. One of the biggest concerns I know my mom has is when you get people staying for 3+ months, you get decks, you get fences, you get barbecues, you get, I mean, is there going to be a way to limit what is permanent? Because once you build a deck, now you're going to tear everything up. There are people that really need to, and to each their own, live out of their travel trailer, but is this the correct place for it? Incidents do go up the longer you're in a place. I don't see why it wouldn't help with the 30 days.
I think that's my intention, that if you put the 30 days, it's probably going to mean they won't put permanent structures in because then they'd have to tear them up. I mean, that's the whole objective. It would become a disincentive to bring in so much stuff and try and put structures around it. And they wouldn't put them in permanent. But anyway, it's just a thought process that I throw out as a discussion to try and keep it to the overall intended purpose of the RV park.
Yes, ma'am.
Before we go on, Heather, would you tell me that, Heather, was a condition such as Supervisor Bagwell talked about, was that talked about at the Planning Commission?
That was not discussed at the Planning Commission specifically. There was discussion about limiting the length of stay to something less than 180 days.
Okay, all right, it's fine. Okay, I don't know whose light was on next. John, Supervisor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question about the risk factor you're talking about. I don't think anyone is disabused of the notion that there isn't risk from an airplane crash there, and you have said there was one time on that property. But I don't quite understand, so help enlighten me. If there's not a unit there, the person who leaves is no longer in jeopardy, but then someone comes in and takes over that unit. So somebody is in jeopardy if the unit is rented. Is that? I'm just trying to figure out what you're telling me.
Okay, I appreciate that. You are correct that that's a logical assumption that occupancy levels change over a period of time. There's going to be higher occupancy at some time than at other times. But my real risk perspective is strictly from a probability standpoint. If you're in a RV space for 6 months, there is a greater likelihood that you get to participate in a catastrophic event as opposed to a much shorter stay.
Thank you.
Sure.
So I think this, you're going to have to forgive me, but after having talked to my mom and coming from a military background, you're going to have to please give me a little leeway. But the longer you're in a space, right, the longer you're in an area, the risk factor increases. It's no different than a soldier in Afghanistan. For every 30 days a Marine is boots to ground in Afghanistan, they have another 50% chance of being hit by a roadside bomb, right? Now, if you continually have different boots to the ground and you transfer them out, that risk goes down. Now, is that anywhere near? It does. And the reason for it is because every squadron marches different, right? Everyone goes a different path. It's not quite the same as an airplane crashing. But what's being said is the longer you stand stationary in one spot, the more the chance you're going to get hit, right? So yes, maybe there's still a chance that plane's going to crash, but what is the chance that that spot is going to be vacant if you're continually changing people out? That's where their risk is at.
I was just trying to understand. Thank you.
So continuing with that argument, because I don't really understand the argument, because the difference is that I assume that the people that are sitting in this room today that the concern with the plane crash is for their property, not for the person that's in the RV that's in the park. So it doesn't really matter whether it's somebody that's sitting there for 30 days or for 180 days. The concern is that if a plane crashes next to your property and starts a fire or blows up a propane tank, that there's going to be damage or injury to your property or your person. That would be the concern that I would think that you're all here about today.
I would agree with you. And with that being said, is there a propane tank if the space is empty?
Well, I don't buy the argument that the space would be empty. It would just be filled by somebody else.
Understood.
So having said that, my question to both of you would be that there seem to be two items being appealed here that don't necessarily intersect with one another. So one is the 30-day stay versus the 180-day stay. The other is the approval of the park, period. So if we make a finding up here that the park is, that the appeal will be denied and that the planning commission's decision to approve the project is valid, then does it really matter what we do on the amount of time that people stay there in the park? That's the connection that I don't get between the two items being appealed.
Yeah, I think it does. Again, it's from the perspective of risk. I don't know how else to explain it. Heather did a great anecdotal explanation, if you will, but our concern is for the public, for the traveling public, and the aviator or the aviation industry. If there is a catastrophic event, the deck is not clear. The deck has got RVs if there's any occupancy at all, and that and if they're there on a longer term basis, I don't see any other way to conclude other than the fact that exacerbates risk to the traveling public and to the airport.
I have to agree with Brad a little bit. I understand your concept of risk, but the concept of risk and the exponential increase in that risk, the increase in probability, is for one single point in that park. And it increases over time because one individual stays in there and is exposed over more time. It doesn't minimize the risk for the pilot. I mean, the pilot risk is the same, regardless of whether you've got an RV there for 30 days or 180 days. The assumption is if a plane hits the ground, that's that. So I agree with you from a risk perspective that if you as an individual sit in one spot over 180 days, you are exposed to more risk versus if you're in that same spot over 30 days. I will concede that. But I'm with Brad. I'm a little bit, I don't understand how that argument changes the perspective or the risk broadly for the neighborhood, because I don't believe it does. I don't believe that one issue impacts risk in any way to the neighborhood. That's just my way of thinking. I do have two questions for staff based on what the public comment were. Am I missing something in here? Are the density limits conditioned? Or could they increase to, as he said, 1,000 RVs?
So they're seeking approval for a special use permit for the RV park to be extended stay. Part of that includes the total number of spaces. They can't come in with a substantially different design when they come in to build it. And that would be true if they were doing a 30-day stay, and we had already met earlier in 2018 for the major project review for this particular.
Okay, so just to be clear and to address his concern, they can't come in here and build 400 RV spaces without going through this whole process again.
Correct.
Okay, so that addresses that one concern. The other concern that I heard this Heather mention is permanent structures. Correct me if I'm wrong, but permanent structures would not be allowed in an individual spot by our current
So if a permanent structure requires a building permit, then clearly, no.
Okay.
However, there are some structures that don't require that, and at that point, it's really, in any case, at least in my view, at this point, it would be a management issue.
Okay. Along the lines of what Lori said, and Heather, to address your concern about permanent structures is, if someone has to leave for 30 days or even 15 days out of every 180 days, they're not going to build a lean-to that they have to dismantle and, or sheds or whatever it may be. The other thought I had in terms of, because really what's before us is a 180-day stay component. Can you bring up the floor plan or the plan? The other thought that I had is to limit potentially the first 2 rows there on the top of that picture to 30-day stays. Then the part of the park that is closest to the residential is exactly what is permitted for this land.
Just a clarification on this map, isn't Hot Springs to the left, so this is oriented differently?
Yeah.
So north is to the right. Correct.
West is, yeah, and so that's what I mean. So if we did nothing else, if we said, that row 1 and row 2, those are limited to 30-day RV stays, and the rest of the park is 180-day stays with whatever conditions we want to put on that. I'd like to hear from, in addition to the citizens, the applicant, but that would sort of mitigate at least that so not only would you have a 100-foot buffer where you don't have anything, but you also have exactly what the code allows, even without us being here today. So that's my thought.
Phil, following up on your concept of risk, I assume that to mitigate all risk, you'd leave that property vacant.
Yes, sir. That would certainly mitigate all risk. We're not suggesting, we're not fighting that battle. That battle is over. We're just saying to minimize risk to the traveling public and to the airport aviator, and to the city. If you want to think about risk management, then
well, that's what I'm saying, though. That gets you down to, if you're going to minimize risk because you think that's going to be a landing zone for a pilot who has an engine problem on takeoff, that means that you just assume that really what you're saying is that property should be left vacant, period, because that minimizes the risk to zero under your analysis.
That's true. Yes, sir.
Well,
but that's not the battle I'm fighting. That's not what
But where do you draw the line on risk?
What is my bottom line on risk?
Where do you draw the line?
Oh.
How much risk is acceptable or not acceptable?
Well, I think having high density residents living 2,500 feet or so from the end of the runway is risky.
Does our code have risk analysis as part of its criteria for special use permit
The 7
granting?
findings of fact, no. There's public safety to consider broadly.
Okay. All right. Other questions of either Heather or Phil? Anybody? Stick around. Okay. All right. We'll hear from the applicant. Who's going to be doing that? Good afternoon.
Here we go.
Green.
Okay. Rachel Kreider from Resource Concepts. Here to represent.
First name again, please.
Rachel.
Rachel, okay, got it.
To represent the project. I know Heather has provided a pretty good summary already of the project. I'm happy to answer any questions specific, to the features that we've included. The developer has all along tried to be a good neighbor to the airport and the neighbors. But to address specifically the SUP appeal and those issues that came up, I know Phil, when he was up here, he mentioned the density from 215 to 277. And just to clarify that, I believe the 215 number was associated with the SUP from 2016. This SUP has always been the 277. And then also, just as a reiteration, we'd like to point out the density is very low density for an RV park. If they went maximum density, they'd be looking at 1,140 spaces. To be clear, they are absolutely not looking at that. They're looking at a nice, high-end 277 spaces with amenities and landscaping. So just wanted to clarify that point. If we wanted to talk about risk, I would just say the occupancy of this, the 30-day versus 180-day stay, that absolutely does not change the risk of an airplane crashing.
Maybe should let us ask you this. I mean, you've heard what Supervisor Bagwell said and what Supervisor Jomey said. What's your position on either one of those?
The 30-day exit. It's not something that I've spoken with the owner specifically about. I don't see a particular issue with it. And the 180-day stay, I think it's important to note, the majority of people, of guests coming and visiting the RV resort are not going to be staying 180 days. But some of them are going to want to stay longer than 30 days. So that's why we've got the SUP in the first place, is to allow that. But to be clear, the expectation is not that most of these spaces are going to be filled by people staying there for long periods of time. The majority are still going to be the short-term 30-day stay. Maybe they want flexibility to stay 45 days if they're having a really great time. So we want to be able to have that available to guests. And really, as far as the industry is concerned, it's my understanding, and the owner has been advised of this by many people, that an extended stay is really necessary to make an RV park viable currently. And that's just because a lot of people, when they're going out and RVing, they just want that option. And it doesn't mean that they're intending to come stay for 6 months somewhere. They just want, their options to be left open, which is part of the reason why they're traveling in an RV in the first place. So that's just something to clarify. And I hope that, we can all kind of get away from the idea of that this RV park is going to be filled with people that are staying there for 6 months. It's really important to note these aren't residents. These are guests. They're staying at the RV park. It's not people that are going to be building sheds or building decks. It's not going to be people that are going to be enrolling their kids in the local schools. It's, and this goes to a couple of points, I think, that it is, I can't overstate enough that the owner, it is absolutely in their interest to make sure that they're maintaining their RV resort in a way that is going to that's going to attract other people there. Having, an RV with a lean-to is not going to attract other people there. So they're really going to, I can't say, no, absolutely they won't allow that, but I can't imagine they would allow that. It's not something that is, that is congruent with their vision of the RV park. It's not something that's going to make it financially viable to continue to attract RV tourists to the park. I know.
Let me ask you a question
Yes.
on that, if I could. Are the records that you'd be keeping, are they sufficient to allow someone to come out, look at those records without having to do a whole lot of digging to find out if somebody was there for 2 months, took a night off, went out, and came back?
I don't know the specifics of the record keeping of an RV park, but I assume yes. It's just like if you check into a hotel, you would have records of everyone that's staying there. I'm sure that they have records of their license plates.
But they pay for a month. They pay, what's the rent based on?
You mean the price point?
Yeah, how do they pay? What's it cost for them to put an RV in the park? Or just, you don't have to give me a dollar figure, but how do you police that?
Well, it's market driven, but I do know that the price point that the developer is looking at is the $40 to $50 a night range. So when we're talking about that in terms of this is going to attract people that don't have somewhere else to live, economically that just doesn't work because you're talking about $1,200 to $1,500 a month to stay in an RV in an RV park versus you can get a place to live somewhere else for less than that. Even in Carson City, I know, a small place, but believe me, I know. But so this isn't going to be a residence. And I think that that's a really important point to make. Another point, and it's, because I know it came up, in several places within this, is large fuel storage on site. And I know that that's a concern of the neighbors. And to be very clear, there is no large fuel storage on site. I know some RV parks do store and sell propane on site. That is not proposed as part of this RV park. There is intended to be one small residential size propane tank, and that's only to serve a fire pit. So it's, I want to say 250 gallons. It's the smallest residential size propane tank. Additionally, the propane concern of the RVs themselves, most large modern motor coaches, it's my understanding, I don't have one myself, are electrical primarily. And there are full electricity hookups at each site. So we don't anticipate people would have large amounts of propane, maybe enough to run a small barbecue. But that's, yeah.
So do your occupants pay by the night or by the month?
By the night. I don't know for longer term if they're going to have a separate monthly rate or not. If they do, I don't anticipate that it would be significantly lower, such that it would attract people rather than going and, having other accommodation.
And if somebody did, how would you, if somebody did move their RV out for 12 hours, they'd call it 24 hours, and then come back in, would they have, in order to be legal with you or with the park, would they have to execute another lease agreement?
Well, I don't believe it's a lease agreement.
What is it?
It's just an agreement similar to if you're staying in a hotel. So, you're signing for a certain number of nights, you might be able to extend it.
You couldn't police it on that then, because you really wouldn't know.
I think it would probably work a lot like a reservation somewhere. So if you're, reserved 5 nights, you come in and you stay for your 5 nights and maybe you want to stay longer and you come back to the office and sign up for, 3 more days or something like that. But someone's not going to be able to come in and say they're staying 3 nights and then stay for 60 because the RV, they have staff and management there specifically to make sure people aren't overstaying what they've paid for and what they've reserved. To your point of someone leaving and coming back in, it's our understanding that, per the code, that is, you have to leave for 1 day and come back. It sounds like that's maybe not real clear. But again, like I said, we're not talking about people that are living there. We're just talking about allowing for a 180-day stay to allow that flexibility for people that might want to stay for more than 30 days. And maybe they do want to stay somewhere near Lake Tahoe for the whole summer. And then they would be able to do that.
Okay. Brad, I'm sorry.
And so a couple of comments. First, I sold a couple of RV parks, so the rates and the mix of units, there's industry standards out there for that. Going off the top of my head, so don't quote me on this, but I think it's like 25, 75 long-term versus 30-day stays is like the ideal mix because they have to be able to accommodate events and weekends. So most of the units are coming in on the weekends. And so if they have too many extended stay, then they can't accommodate the visitors, which is where the new business comes from, and without new business, they would fail. So I think that also when somebody comes in, they're checking in and going to their space. So it's a reservation, like a hotel or motel. So they're reserving a certain number of days, and then they're assigned a space, or they can request a space. And the length of the reservation will determine the rate that they're going to pay. And the license plate, driver's license, typically other items are tracked so that there is record keeping that would be sufficient. As long as they're coming back in with the same unit, the same RV, there's going to be a record of which space they stayed in and how long they stayed there. So all those records would be enforced. Your comments, though, about people not living there, the conversations that I'm having out in the market is that RV parks are the new workforce housing. And so that's an issue that could present itself, is that because the vacancy rate for residential in Carson City is less than 1%, and that 1% represents the monthly rollover, people moving out, units being turned over, immediately being released, that you're going to see the occupancy in RV parks taken up. There's going to be a lot of pressure to occupy those units with workforce housing, people that are working here that can't find a place to live. So that's a concern to me. Really, the one big concern that I have is how do we either put conditions on this that are appropriate so that this situation doesn't get out of hand. So, for me, that's the discussion that I'd like to have before we make a decision is, and I've heard both of you, come up with some suggestions, but that's really my concern, is that the rules of yesterday, which we're familiar with, aren't the rules of today. And today it's all about there's no place for anybody to live. So this is where people are going to live.
Want to respond? That's okay. You don't have to.
I live in Carson City too, so I do know, it's hard to find a place to live here and an affordable place to live. But as far as the intent and the target market for this RV park, that's not what it is. I'm not going to, I can't sit here and say there aren't going to be two of those guys in there. That might happen. But as far as the target market, the owner is targeting, high-end RV owners who spend maybe 6 months of their year traveling around to places they want to go visit and staying in their RV when they do that. So I understand where you're coming from.
Just let me follow up on a thought, and I'll go back to Supervisor Barrett here. I get the target market, and I appreciate your answer that you really, some of the stuff you can't guarantee. But suppose the market looks so lucrative for workforce housing, what are you going to do then?
I can't really speak to that. I know the owner's intent right now. I can't really speculate, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. John, Supervisor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you speak to the length of time that we could put as a condition that someone has to be out of there should they stay for 180 days? I'm not really enamored of my colleagues' 30 days. I'm thinking more of 60 or 90 because, again, I'm what Supervisor Bonkowski has said is true. Some people, not a lot of people, but some people will say, I got a good job, but I got no place to live, so I'm going to stay here for 180 days. But then they're going to, I don't want to call it squat, but they're going to feel a sense of entitlement that isn't there and need not be there, should not be there. So I'm looking for a longer leave taking and a way to enforce it, which of course is a problem that we'd face, which is why a longer time gives us time to make sure.
Like I said before, it's not a conversation that I've had specifically with the owner regarding it. Honestly, it's not something that came up previously, or I would have had that conversation. I don't see it as a total deal breaker. I would only suggest that it's worded in such a way that if someone is there for less than 180 days, that they don't have to wait that period. Say they stay for 45 days, they go to Bishop for a week and then come back, that they're allowed to do that. So that would be my concern in the wording of that, if that's a condition.
How about the aspect of some of them along one stretch where the 100-foot buffer is being 30 days?
Again, I didn't have that conversation specifically. It's not something that came up as part of the Planning Commission hearing.
Okay. All right. Other questions of Rachel? Anybody? Okay, thanks, Rachel.
Thank you.
All right. Heather and Phil, you get a chance at rebuttal here. Want to come back up? Take an opportunity? We're going to ask you the same questions about the stays, about whether or not a 30-day or some length of period to be out of the park before you can get back in. What's your take on that?
I definitely like Supervisor Barrett's more than 30 days. Definitely, I would agree with that. The longer they have to stay away, the less likely they are to continually come back, or at least they can spread their 180 days out between 2 parks in a year.
And how about what Supervisor Giomi said about creating a larger buffer zone, sort of a larger buffer zone? Maybe 30-day stays on the west side there.
I definitely believe the residents and my mom would appreciate that very much. One of the biggest, in the light of risk, not personal risk, is the longer people stay, the more they wander. And those are private properties over there. I understand there's a fence. I understand that, there's going to be trails. I also understand that with long-term stays come friends and buddies and parties and wandering, to be polite,
Heather, you may not
so the less time, the less wandering you have, the less you...
So I don't know where the wandering and the risk goes, so let me ask a question of you, Heather. Assume this wasn't tourist commercial, and it was just residential zoned. Residential. How many residential units could you put on this, what is it, 100 acres? 30 acres? How many?
If it was zoned similarly to the neighboring property,
38.
It'd be 38.
38?
Yeah, so the neighboring property to the west is zoned SF1A, so 1 acre minimum, so you'd be looking at around 38 parcels if it was zoned similarly.
And if it was zoned 6,000? 4 times that?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. All right.
Well, 8, but they end up with...
We're having a math discussion up here. So.
They have to put other stuff in.
That's right.
Right.
All right, I stepped on your conversation.
Oh, that's okay. So the only other thing that was brought to my attention with regards to the risk in the 180 days and possible crashes is, without the 180 days, how many people, in all honesty, are going to be visiting an RV park in Carson City, Nevada in December when it's freezing cold and snowing? I don't barbecue at that time. I definitely don't go camping in this area at that time. So I think it's believed that the risk comes in is there would be a good few months where it may not be vacant, but the area would be less. Don't shoot the messenger, just brought to light is it would be, in the winter there's going to be less occupancy unless you have that option to have a 180-day stay. And that's anywhere you go.
Okay.
Except in Dayton. Just saying.
Want to add anything else? All right. Board, you want to hear from anybody? Okay. John? I don't know. We've got we're hearing the applicant and the appellant. I don't know what else you can do there.
I don't think I need to hear from the airport manager. I'm on the airport authority. And I know this issue from that standpoint, but I wonder if you guys do.
His mic's dead. John, I think your mic's dead.
I think it's dead.
They're all going dead.
They're all going dead. That's okay. It's not important.
It doesn't record it though, John. It's got to be on to record it.
Yeah, we're all...
Yours is dead.
Okay,
Mine's dead?
I just was saying that as the member who sits on the airport authority from the Board of Supervisors, I know this issue from that standpoint. I just bring it up since the airport manager is here. If you guys want to hear from him, it doesn't matter to me.
just going to ask you, is there anything that you feel the necessity to weigh in on from the airport authority?
Thank you for having me again. We looked at this project back when I first got here last March, and then also just most recently, I was not at the Planning Commission meeting, but I did weigh in on a letter from Tammy. I don't recall her last name at the moment.
Heather's mother.
Please forgive me. Yes, Heather's mom. And I laid out that the conditions that the airport discussed, as Heather already pointed out to the board as well. The big thing about the FAA 7460 is there's a notice of construction. And it's for anything, not just around the airport, but anything in the city, essentially. So when you go vertical with something, the FAA takes that form and then looks at the aviation impacts and what they call Part 77 airspace, which are the imaginary surfaces above the ground. And so the proximity of the park to the west of the airport is not impacted by that primary surface unless they go vertical with something. For example, if they built a 12-story tower out on that property, that would be an impact to the airport. However, the runway protection zone only extends out to the west of the existing runway, just up to the edge of the fence line of where Gonai Road is.
So they say that again, please.
The runway protection zone, the RPZ, extends out from the current runway threshold about 600 feet-ish, and it basically borders the edge of the fence line to the airport. I don't see it on that diagram, except for you can see where Gonai Road is to the far right of that picture. And so the airport property fence is just to the east of Gonai Road. So that does not impinge on the runway protection zone. Now, the reason that we asked, obviously, for the navigation easement is for what we don't want is suddenly noise complaints to be generated from the RV park. And so with that knowledge that they're in the area of the airport, that they are understanding that there is going to be noise, and noise is a nuisance to people if they are not aware of it, and they can utilize it as such, and we don't want to have that issue to deal with. The other piece that we talked about was the bird attractant, and the purpose of that is to ensure that disposal of garbage and that sort of thing does not collect, and so that it's scavenged upon by birds and creating a hazard in that manner. But from the airport's perspective, any feedback as far as it violating the Part 77 airspace would come through the FAA once they file the 7460. And if they don't file it, we'll ensure they file it.
Didn't hear the last part.
We would ensure that it gets filed.
Okay. All right. Any questions, Ken? Thank you very much. All right. Really, I'm reluctant to go down that road because I open it up and then where do I stop? Yeah, but I get it because we usually take a lot of public comment on these things, but when you're, anyway, thank you. All right. All right. Are you ready to give it to us then? Are you ready to give the matter back to Solomon? You want to articulate that, or you want to just say no?
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add, if the board is inclined to impose any conditions, if they could just make a record as to which finding that they, are going towards, just so that it creates a record in case this goes anywhere else after this.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, we're going to bring it to this board here to hopefully make a decision one way or the other. These are not easy decisions, folks, because we all understand. We're all residents here, and we all understand. I think we get where people are coming from. All right. You want to start? Somebody want to start?
So I feel that we should approve the project with a modification to the conditions so that finding number 2, the peaceful enjoyment, economic value, which could include Stacy's comment too, that we add that they have to vacate if they've been 180 days, they have to vacate 30 days before they can come back into the park.
Continuous, 180 continuous?
Mm-hmm.
And would you be willing to add in the?
Oh, the row, you want me to do it together?
Yeah.
The first 2 rows?
Yeah.
We say the residential row, the one that's on the
one row that's
adjacent.
immediately adjacent to residential.
One row adjacent to residence. Yes, and I think that fits under finding number 2, just so that we can make that finding.
On that issue, what's the theory of that? What's the theory of that?
Well,
I mean, there's a motion and a second. I got it.
Yeah. So
what's the theory of it?
My theory is that the park is permitted without an SUP to have 30 days. If the concern that the residents have brought up in their appealing is the 180 day, which is really the only thing that can be contested, then my thought is that at least those spaces closest to where the residents are have a little bit more buffer space, and will not be exposed to 180 day stays and all the things that they brought up today that they're concerned about. The wild parties that Heather's going to miss out on, and all of those things that are going to happen along that edge.
How much would come out?
Well, whatever that.
Just one row. One row above.
Okay.
And
they
they
can
need
still
25.
use them for 30 days.
Right. Oh, yeah, they're still going to use it. We're not
And if
taking
they
it
want
away.
if they want to get another 30 days, they have to be gone for 30 days?
No, it was the
Except
continuous 180.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, interesting. All right. Supervisor Burkowski.
Can I ask my colleague whether she has any problem with the 60 day, or what her problem is if 60 days leaving?
I really feel that for me to make the finding and to deal with the RV park, what I was after is to ensure that it wasn't a permanent status and that the park remained an RV park. That's why I did the 30 days, because I thought I could substantiate the decision that we're making to modify. As we start getting to a longer period of time, John, then I'm not sure how does that relate to the required 7 findings? What are you trying to
I'm trying to ensure
accomplish?
that they leave and don't come back for 60 days.
Well, but 30
Right.
days is, I would not second 60 personally.
Okay.
Brad.
I would request that the motion maker restate the motion so that it's to deny the appeal and to add a condition rather than to approve the project.
Oh, yeah, I'll make the right.
Okay, and then I would also just caution everybody in the room to be careful what you ask for, because I think that if we make that row closest to the residents 30-day stays, I think that your concerns are exacerbated by somebody who's going to show up for a weekend or a week rather than somebody that's going to be staying there for 180 days and has to deal with the staff and their neighbors. So I just think about that. I think that you're creating more problems by having 30-day stays
You're
next to
saying
you.
that because they'll always be in and out.
They're in and out. They're in and out. They don't care. They're showing up here for a party and then they're going to be out of here. If you're there for 180 days or 150 days, my experience with RV parks has been that, number one, the operator is going to have staff coming over to your space every single day if you're making noise, and you're going to deal with your neighbors who are also going to be complaining and knocking on your door if you're too loud. So just be careful what you wish for.
Well, okay. I mean, I brought it up because I thought it would be beneficial, and I didn't consider what you said. Because that means you're going to have RVs in and out of that spot potentially every 30 days. Or if there's 10 spots, it could be every 5 days.
Right. That's my concern with it. I mean, but all right.
Well,
let's see what.
I'll make them. I haven't.
Hang on.
Make them.
Well,
Let's hear from Stacy then. Go, Stacy.
No, I don't know what I'm going to say. So
I thought you were going to pull back that part of it.
Well, I'm contemplating that. I will pull that back.
Yeah, I didn't make a motion yet.
All right, then we'll.
You didn't make a motion?
No. I said I would.
Sounded like it.
I didn't. I was.
Oh, I
was
understood that
just
as a
doing
motion.
discussion to
So
say what
I'll
we
withdraw
should
the
do.
second for the motion that didn't exist.
That's okay. I was like,
Well, we got to do that. All right. All right.
but how about a
Supervisor,
different discussion on that, though?
Go ahead.
Do we want to say it more in general, that at least 25% of the park must be? Do you want it all to be 180 days?
I don't know.
You don't care if it's all 180?
And I don't know how it's going to be very hard to enforce that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
it's going to be very hard to enforce that.
So the whole park could be 180 days
With a 30-day
out clause. Okay, I just want it all on the record
I would
so
just
that.
like to hear what Heather had to say about buy, because I'm willing to, do you mind, Mr. Mayor, if we bring Heather back up?
well, we shouldn't, but for you, Stacy. Heather,
Heather?
I mean, no, Rachel, you want Rachel or Heather?
Heather.
Okay, Heather, come on.
No offense, Rachel, but. So Heather, I'm throwing that 30-day thing in on that west side because I had a sense that was what you wanted as a resident.
I don't think
As long as you've listened about this now with the thought that it's going to mean most likely that part of the park is going to be the busiest. So instead of having, someone parked there for potentially 5 or 6 months, you're going to have someone in and out every 4 or 5 days.
I honestly, I would turn this on, but it doesn't work. But I've been told.
Turn another one on.
They're all dying.
No negative.
Okay.
So if you can't hear me.
Oh, no, we have to hear it because.
They're all dying at the same time.
Jesus.
Boy, they lasted long.
One of those days.
Okay, is it work? Good.
Yeah.
All right. So I honestly, with the having only 30 days there, my personal opinion, and you'll have to forgive me as I cannot speak for my mother on this. I am a camper. I am a weekend camper because I have kids. It's cheap, easy, fun, and keeps the kids happy. So I personally know that it's not going to matter. In and out, in and out, in and out, whether it's in and out on the first row, in and out on the fourth row. If it's 180 days, it should be 180 days for the entire park. Whether it's the one,
Thank you.
Is what it is.
Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Bagwell, or Supervisor Barrett, want to weigh in before we make a motion?
Yeah, I'm not ready to give up. I don't see the difference between 30 and 60 days in one going either way, so I'll offer the idea of 45. I think I'm serious. I think the big problem here is people will stay for 120 days, so it won't matter, right? And then they'll go away. It's the coming back part. If you've gotten adjusted to the place, you like the place, I camp too. If you like the place, you'll keep coming back. But if you don't make it a long enough go away, people will get attached to the situation and they'll come back as fast as they can, if they can. So maybe it doesn't matter, but I'm trying to mitigate the idea that people keep coming back.
I mean, just to move things along, I've got to put Robert's rules to order to work here. You answer, did you want to weigh in on that? And then we're going to take a motion, then we can discuss whether we want, if there needs to be an amendment to the motion or not, or whatever, so we'll deal with it like that.
Yeah, I would like to respond to that. I think that, a developer, when they're looking at building a project like this, they're putting a lot of marketing dollars into getting those people to come back. So I think that we have to be very careful when we start creating an economic impact on a project like this. The idea is to get them to move out. Right. So, and that would be accomplished with a 7-day absence. So 30-day, I think, is more than adequate.
All right. Well, we'll try a motion, and if anybody's not satisfied with the motion, we can try and amend it and see where that goes. But all right. Who wants to try it? All right.
I move to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of SUP 18-181 and add a condition of approval to meet condition finding number 2 of if they stay 180 days in continuous stay, they must have a 30-day vacant, or no, that's not the right word. They must exit the park for 30 days before they can return.
And I'll just say I'll defer to the greater wisdom to my right.
I'm not certain that language is.
Did I not get it right?
Well,
If they're there 180 continuous days.
I think what you want to say, I think what we're trying to say is it's not exiting the park for 30 days. It's not paying rent for 30 days.
No, they have to.
They have to exit, but.
They have to take the product out. Yeah.
Well, they have to exit?
Yes.
I get that, but what does that mean?
It means they can't stay in the park.
Okay.
You think the definition isn't full enough, Mr. Mayor, on the definition of exit?
Can we use the language of registered? That they must be unregistered in the park for 30 days?
I'd feel better with that.
I can live with that. I'll accept unregistered. Okay.
And I'm good with that too. I also don't want
No free
the
space.
Park, correct. I don't want the park owner to be able to say, well, they haven't paid rent because I'm giving it to them.
Right.
I mean, I don't want them to, I know they're going to do that with a lot of spaces.
And leave.
But I don't want that to happen either, so.
Unregistered and leave.
Is what that term exit means.
Okay.
I could defer slightly different. Can I have the DA's office conform the change to meet the intent of the language? So that it's clear?
Let's, if, will you accept it, a change or amendment to the motion that would use, I think what Supervisor Bonkowski said is right. You have to be unregistered for at least 30 days in that park. I think that's what we're talking about.
So,
and
for clarification, what does unregistered mean? Vacate, including removing
the RV has to be
and all personal property?
Yes.
Yes.
Got that?
Can we restate that just so?
Ben, did you get all that?
What we're voting on?
She's got it. Kathy's got it.
Here, catch.
Can't have mine. Mine's dead.
Pretty funny.
So,
well, it's not.
Do you want it read back
guys,
or no?
It's not very. I agree with you, but we got to fix this.
Would you like me to give another try at the language?
She's got it. She recorded it.
Do you want me to read it back? What I have? Please.
I move to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of SUP 18-181 and add a condition of approval to meet finding number 2. If they stay 180 days continuously, they must vacate the park and be an unregistered guest or be unregistered for 30 days before they can return.
The only thing I would say, well.
That's fine.
That's it.
That's fine.
I know you have, Ben.
That's fine.
You okay with something like that? I just want to make sure that legally we're okay on. You and I are wordsmiths, so.
Yeah, no, I think that's
all right.
Ben Johnson, Deputy District Attorney for the record. I believe that the way that it was stated is clear.
Okay.
All right. Will you accept it?
Yeah, that's the motion.
Will you accept the change on the second? All right, then let's have further discussion on the motion if there is any.
Oh, gosh, no.
All right. Any further discussion?
Yeah. So there was conversation about removing personal property, and then that was not included in the motion. Yeah. So I'm just asking the motion maker and the seconder if they wanted that included. If so, could we do that?
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry, I thought vacate the park. Yes, with their personal property too, if they had any.
You got that, Kathy?
Okay.
So I'll insert, they must vacate the park, remove all personal property, and be unregistered for 30 days before they can return.
That's fine. Thank you.
All right. Hang on a minute. We're up here.
Do that under final
All right.
public comment.
Further discussion on the motion?
I just want to say nothing offensive to Lori, but when I said I'll defer to the wisdom of my right, I meant all 4 of you.
Oh, thank you. You made me feel good for just a minute.
All right. Are we ready to vote on this, folks?
Mayor.
Right on a motion, all in favor?
Wait a minute.
Mayor. Yeah, just I wanted some clarification for the enforcement side of things. And as it was just pointed out, I was thinking the same thing about, so if they leave at 178 days, as he said, and then come back 2 days later, is that okay? Or should there be some period? Literally as written, it's only when they stay the full 188 days that they have to leave.
180, not 88.
So I was kind of toying with some. I'm not sure I came up with it, but if you added for the purposes of this requirement, a 188-day stay is considered to be, a 180-day stay for the purpose of this requirement. A 180-day stay is considered to be continuous unless the tenant vacates the park for a minimum of 30 days in aggregate during that period. So, in other words, if they leave for if they meet it at 30 days and comes back,
it starts
I think
the day
that addresses her
over.
problem.
Yes.
If they go 15 days and come back, 15 days and come back, then they're okay, and that continues. But they can't just game it by leaving 2 days before.
Right. The aggregate, that's fine. I'd accept that. Did you get it?
So I'm going to read that again for the clerk. I think this is just an addition to that condition. It's not a modification. It would say, for the purposes of this requirement, a 188-day stay is considered.
80. Keep saying 88.
It says 180. That's a year. That was the year.
Oh.
That was. For the purposes of this requirement, a 180-day stay is considered to be continuous unless the tenant vacates the park for a minimum of 30 days in aggregate during that period.
That's fine.
If that works.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Just Maker in the second, or make?
Yes.
All right. On the motion, all in favor, signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay. All right. We're now on, now you can make your comment. We're on concluding public comment. All right, we're on concluding public comment for the end of the agenda. Anybody want to comment on anything? Come on up. Good afternoon.
Uh-oh, you have to push the button. Oh, boy.
Yes. Yeah, we have, okay. I have not heard anything about the tax effect on this, since what I understand is that there is the room tax paid up to 28 days, but 28 days onward, there's no room tax. That seems like a fiscal impact on our city. So I don't know if that is something that you need to address here today.
I don't think we could address that here today because that gets to a larger question. But I can tell you this, that I believe I can say this, that we are looking at extended stay for what they should pay, as if they should pay a transit occupancy tax or not. We're looking at doing that because it's not, we're not just dealing with the RV park like, specific. We have other places where, like motels downtown where people are staying 60 days. Should they pay, everything over 30 days or 28? Is that fair to say? So we're going to look at it, but it's another part of the code, and it deals with more than just one entity. Okay?
Okay. It was just something I
got you.
Needed to have out there in the world.
We're kind of the same mind.
Good.
I don't know if it's always hard to predict what happens in here, but I do know we're going to be looking at extended stays in general. Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Other public comment? Come on up. Hi.
How are you?
Good. I think
so, yeah. I appreciate your thoughtful consideration. You really are coming up with a lot of ideas, and I think sitting out here and listening to you, you guys are thinking, and that's what we want you to do. One point just to bring up that I think we all missed, and I was thinking about that as I was listening. I think the concern for most of the residents is this going to be a trailer park or an RV park? I think that's the real agenda behind all of the above, and we can get pretty fancy, and I know we were talking about density and things like that. If the RV park were month to month, you're not going to find people in the wintertime coming into this area. There just aren't. And so when we're talking about the density and the impact on the city and the plains and all the above, people are just not going to be here from November through April. We have winners. And the snowbirds and the people that are RVing, they're not going to come to Carson City. And so if we were to consider doing 30 days, we wouldn't even have this discussion. That park, at least for several months out of the year, would be very, very light trafficked and would have a lot of open space. And I think we missed that. And when we go 180 days, now we're starting to entertain people that are saying, well, this is a permanent residence now, and you're going to have impact all year. And I know that we can eliminate, and I appreciate that, we'll see you later after 30 days. But I know from observation and that the folks that are run around in many of the RVs, they'll hide for 30 days in our city. They'll park on streets, and they'll park in the parking lots, and they'll meet that requirement. And I just want us to consider that. And I don't know what that number would be, but I think that's the concern, is that if the idea is to be an exclusive RV park, I think everyone's for that. But we want to make sure that we don't make this become a high-density trailer park. And I think perhaps we should reconsider, or at least thoughtfully consider, why 180? Why not 90 days? I don't think that there are many high-end RV people that stay longer than that. And if they do, that's something to consider. Anyway, I appreciate your time on that, and thank you for your thoughts. Your name on the record? My name is Eric Antilla, and I live on Mark Way.
I know you. All right. Okay. Any other public comment? Anybody? You wanted to make a public comment. Do you still want to make a comment? You're good. Wish I could say the same. All right. Any other, and going once? Anybody? Twice? All right, because we're going to adjourn after we do this. Board members are ready to adjourn? Without objection, we're adjourned. Thank you very much for everybody's patience in working through this.